Let us please have our seats. Honorable Justice Nestor Kayobera, Judge President of the East Africa Court of Justice. Honorable Christophe Bazivamo, Deputy Secretary General, East Africa Secretariat. Dr. Irene Isaka, Director Social Sectors. Representatives from the East Africa Community, GIZ, East Africa Youth Network, Plan International, Africa Youth Trust, Zia Africa, Sunrise Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning once again. Welcome all to the International Youth Day celebrations at the East Africa Community, where our theme this year is intergenerational solidarity, strengthening youth engagement in EAC integration process. Have we all gotten to see the program that is on top of our tables? There's a lot prepared for us today. And to begin our session this morning, I would like to welcome the coordinator of the East Africa Youth Network, Mr. Jack Tusime, to give us welcome remarks.
Thank you. The Judge Justice, our Deputy Secretary General, our Director, Social Sectors, the Principal Gender and Community Development Officer, the ESC staff, our partners, Arusha City Council officials, the ESC youth, and all protocols observed. I want to take this opportunity to thank God for making this happen. And I would want the young people of East Africa to clap for our colleagues here, because they have shown solidarity to be with the young people. And according to the theme, this is the real intergenerational dialogue. Young people of East Africa, please clap for our Judge President, clap for our Director, clap for our Deputy Secretary General. This is a humbling moment to have you here. And it is so much important. So thank you so much. My name is Jack Tusime. I'm the coordinator of the East Africa Youth Network. The East Africa Youth Network is an umbrella body of the youth civil society organizations in the 7 partner states. We also do have associations like the Students' Union, work with the university students under the umbrella of the ambassadors, and we work with the youth in the private sector. The East African Youth Network is the representative of youth in the CDF, that is the Consultative Dialogue Forum, and we represent young people to push the agenda forward. We are glad as young people to celebrate this, because this is our space. The East African community is among the youngest blocks in the world. Over 60% of young people of our population are young. And I want to challenge young people to come out and take this intergeneration and the integration agenda forward. We are here to celebrate our day, which was designated by UN in 1999. And this day calls upon young people to come out, be the mirror, push the agenda, if we are to talk about the sustainability of our region. We are here to celebrate the opportunities that the community brings in agriculture, ICT. We have tourism. If you are a young person and you know that the highest point in the world is found in the East African community, the lowest point in the world is found in the East African community. And I was challenged of recent that the center of Africa is actually found in the East African community. So we have to promote that in tourism. And there is a lot of potential in tourism. So that is one thing we need to celebrate. And on this day, we must also focus on the challenges that we are facing. We cannot keep quiet when our youth in Eastern DRC are facing challenges. We cannot keep quiet when young people in South Sudan cannot even get where to sleep. And at the same time, we can't keep quiet when some people in Karamoja are dying of hunger. So as young people, we need to come out and look at these challenges, because I know we have the potential. We can do this. Our leaders have done their part. It's our time now to be in their footsteps. And they have really set a generation agenda, because the integration is a big thing. I'll give you an example. The removal of visa fees in the East African community is a landmark to our young people who are students in East Africa and who are doing trade, supported by GIZ, our partner, that one person can come from DRC without paying a visa, take your goods to the coast, and make money. What else can we ask for? We must now solve the issues that we are having as young people to ensure that we move forward. We cannot remain in barriers. These issues of borders, we must solve them. I'll give you an example. In Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, you can use your identity card to move freely. But there are some partner states that are still insisting on passports. And you can know, young people, that we don't have money. To get a passport, for example, in Uganda, you will need at least $100 to get a passport. And the process is long. So young people can sit here and say, why can't we have the East African pass? Why can't other member states agree that yes, these are young people, yes, we have a threats of security, but these young people can move their IDs and trade freely, do everything. I'm here to give remarks, not a speech. But I want to thank our Judge President for standing with young people to come here and be with us. I know you're very busy, but to have you here, celebrate with us, this is communicating a big thing to the millions of young people in the East Africa to be young at heart and help us. I want to thank our Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Christoph. For him, he's just young at heart. We were with him at the East African Bioeconomy Strategy in Nairobi at ECP, and he told us that young people must step up and solve the issue of climate change by promoting the bioeconomy strategy in the region. It's not his first time to be with the young people. He has been there with us. So, young people, I want to tell you that we have great leaders in this room. I must thank our director, Madam Irene. She has been a mother to us. Let me tell you, it's not easy to get these people. They are very busy. But when we reached out to her, she said, what can we do to the youth? She has been at the forefront with her department of gender, with her directorate and our department of gender, with Madam Generals, Mr. Maurice Tayebu and Rogate, and all the interns who have been with us. Without the director, this event wouldn't happen. I am speaking English, but I think my comrade Vincent will translate in Swahili. To tell these young people in Tanzania and all over the East Africa that we have a mother in a direct, not a .com world. Young people cannot walk. But you guys had a march in the morning, in solidarity for climate change, sexual reproductive health, hunger, peace and security, name it. But again, we are celebrating the opportunities that we have in the EAC. So let's be proud of the EAC. Let's work together and let's leave this mentality of I can't walk, I can't do what. I saw young ladies walking in high heels. So it is a very, very good gesture. I thank you so much. But before I go, I want to challenge you guys to stand up and clap for these people, because I know what it means for them to be here. Thank you so much, my colleagues. I thank you, our leaders, for being with us, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. That was the regional coordinator for the East African Youth Network. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aminata Toure. I will be the moderator for today together with my colleague Vincent. And I'd like to welcome you all once again. Allow me now to call forward Mrs. Joyce Abalo from GIZ SEMPEC program to give us welcome remarks also.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Yes, thank you. Youth, oye. Oh my God, that is not the answer I wanted. We've just taken tea. Youth of East Africa, oye. Oye. Ra. Ah. Ra. Ah. Good. Honorable Justice, President of the East African Court of Justice, Honorable Justice Mr. our Deputy Secretary General, Dr. our Director, Social Sector, General, Plan International, Charles. And civil society organizations present here, the East African Youth Network coordinator and the regional coordinators present, the youth representatives from all EAC partner states present here, the media, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Good, welcome to this occasion. I would like to deliver these opening remarks on behalf of the cluster coordinator GIZ, who is not here with us because of other international work-related issues, but she would have loved to be here. I thank each and everyone present here for their full commitment to the youth participation in the integration process. This is a very important aspect as we celebrate the International Youth Day, which is themed Intergenerational Solidarity, creating a world for all ages. But we've gone ahead to have our own theme, which is Intergenerational Solidarity for strengthening youth engagement in the EAC integration process, which means we are defining our niche and trying to work within our niche to improve youth engagement in the integration process. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to be supporting this event as a partner to the East African community because we believe that supporting youth engagement integration process is building our economic development. We do appreciate the efforts of the EAC and the partner states in strengthening the engagement of youth in the integration process as provided for in the treaty for the establishment of the East African community. Ladies and gentlemen, the EAC GIZ program supports this event to advance. We want to also show that we are contributing to advance youth responsive and inclusive regional integration process. This is what the treaty provides for, and we therefore must live up to it. To demonstrate the commitment to the youth cause through this, we as GIZ EAC program, we have developed posters messages that bring important communication to the citizens of East Africa about the importance of supporting youth in the integration process. You can see such messages being displayed on the board. Almost all the youth from EAC partner states contributed to this, and we are happy. We are tweeting it. I invite you to tweet these messages so that it reaches a wider destination, so that people can become aware of the importance of supporting youth in the integration process. We have also developed articles together with the EAC Secretariat, the East African Youth Network, which is providing the messages that we are at the forefront in supporting youth through the interventions that each of the program and partners supports, which is important so that the youth are aware of what programs exist and how they can tap into these opportunities. We are also at the moment supporting this event and being with the youth and communicating with the youth through the programs that we support. We look forward in the coming years to see how GIZ ESA program can work together with the youth to advance especially the youth challenges in terms of employment, in terms of economic movement across the region, and Jack mentioned this clearly. How do we facilitate youth movement across borders? How do we ensure that the youth use the opportunities for tapping into education opportunities across the borders? How do we ensure that the youth are engaged in policy-making processes that affect their life? Because these policies that are developed also touches youth in a way. How do we ensure that we support youth innovation? We have had so many of you who have companies, startups. How do we ensure that we support this startup and innovation to grow and ensure that it contributes to the economic development of the EAC? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most important thing that GIZ and the EAC stands for, and we would like to continue this support in the coming years. We also have other programs that support youth engagement. I'll talk about the D-Skills program that strengthen youth engagement and innovation-related digital skills of young people in East Africa, with the goal of supporting industry and societal's digital transformation. The youth have benefited from this program. As we talk, we have about 150 youth who have been employed, graduates, and gained training on Android mobile application development through the project's Digital Skills Accelerator program, which is increasing their chances of being employed. Through the collaboration with the youth, the Nelson Mandela Foundation, the program has also provided opportunity for capacity building in digital skills training, upskilling and capacity building around entrepreneurship and innovation transfer. So I'm aware some of you might have tapped in these opportunities, and also look out in the coming years some of the opportunities that we still have. The GIZ sister project, GIZ Africa Continental Free Trade Area project, has ensured that the youth are participating and contributing to the Africa Free Trade Area processes through the Youth Inclusion Accelerator project, which is a continental project that is carried out at the REX level. There is EAC is one of it, and involving the East African community, the Community of West Africa Society, SADC, and Economic Community of West Africa, and with the goal of determining the level of youth awareness and the opportunities in the Africa Continental Free Trade. The Africa Union Border Program, which is a sister project of GIZ EAC, supports the youth in policy formulation of transboundary security policy, including a plan for youth, peace, security on cross-border security, as well as consultations. It will continue to provide capacity building to border authorities on child protection measures for children on the move and amplify the voices of youth on cross-border cooperation and border governance. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, the EAC GIZ programs call upon the policymakers to review laws and regulatory frameworks that hinders youth participation and urge them to develop specific innovative approaches and programs to promote youth generation transition for youth employment, innovation, and harnessing productive energy of the youth. We urge the partner states to continue to strengthen the links of the education sector with the private sector to promote youth employability, because we know this is the link. Once you come out from the university, what next? It's employment. So this has to be strengthened so that once you come out from the university, you already have connection with the private sector that can already start promoting your positions. we thank the East African Youth Network and all the coordinators for sitting on the driver's seat. This is what we want. The EAC is deepening and widening, and this should also go hand in hand with the youth engagement. So we thank you for taking this driver's seat, because we don't want you guys to remain behind. It is important that you go hand in hand with the policy and legal framework that is being developed, and also contributing in that process. So we thank you for taking this and coordinating the youth in East Africa. I thank each and everybody who is seated here, because it is not by default. It is because you have the youth in your heart. Each one of us has a brother, a sister, a child, and in a way, we have youth around us. So let's be there for each other. Let's support each other's youth, because tomorrow it can be them that can support your youth. So let's continue this solidarity, the intergenerational solidarity. Don't think that I'm old. Because I'm old, I cannot support you. Let's talk. Change our mindset. We support. If I have a youth of somebody else, I should support that youth, because the future generation belongs to those youth. Tomorrow I will leave this position. Somebody else will be in that position. And that kind of solidarity helps in the transformation of knowledge, skills, and solidarity. We cannot be in. Let's not put others down, because it's a wrong method. I thank each and everyone, and I thank all the guests of honor for your commitment and presence here. Let's enjoy, let's celebrate, let's build momentum. Asanteni sana.
A bigger round of applause for Mrs. Joyce Abalo. Indeed, what she has shared with us is opportunities for us to keep integrating. Next on the list is Dr. Irene Isaka, Director, Social Sectors.
Vijana mpo? Jamani. Vijana mpo? Vijana oye? Vijana oye? Asante sana. Who are the East Africans from Republic of Burundi? Our chair. Just wait for us. Kwa Kiswahili, wanajumuiya Afrika Mashariki kutoka Burundi wako online. Yeah? Okay, good, clap for them please. East Africans from South Sudan, these are our rapporteurs. Good, clap for them. These are traveled by bus from South Sudan. East Africans from the Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. Good, asante sana. East Africans from Republic of Rwanda, online. Good. I think they can hear us. East Africans from the Republic of Kenya, they are online. Thank you, clap for her. East Africans from Republic of Uganda, thank you. East Africans from United Republic of Tanzania, thank you so much. So welcome. We thank God for keeping you well, having you arriving here safely. I know even the ones from the United Republic of Tanzania are coming from the different regions. So Honorable Justice Nestori Kayobera, Judge President of East Africa Court of Justice, Honorable Christopher Bazivamo, Deputy Secretary General for Productive and Social Sectors, the representatives from the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, representatives from the partner organizations led by our lady here from GIZ, the coordinators of East Africa Youth Network, members of the East African Youth Network, distinguished leaders and participants, from partner states, both physical and virtual, EAC Secretariat staff, and my colleagues at the EAC, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a distinct honor and a privilege for me to be here this morning to deliver these welcoming remarks, making the celebration of the International Youth Day 2022. Allow me to take this early opportunity to convey on behalf of the East African community warm greetings from the Secretariat, organs, and institutions, and to further thank each one of you individually and collectively for participating in this celebration and for your continued interest in the EAC integration process. Guest of honor, the theme for this year is Integrated Solidarity, Strengthening Youth Engagement in the EAC Integration Process. So to achieve sustainable development goals, the world needs to leverage on full potential of all generations. Solidarity across generation is a key for sustainable development. I quoted this morning from the UN 2022. The EAC, from the onset, it is committed of having youth-led integration process, youth participation in EAC affairs as provided under Article 120C of the EAC Treaty, which provides for adoption of common approach of the participation of youth in the integration process through education, training, and mainstreaming across EAC policies, programs, and projects is one of the strategic interventions towards realization of fully integrated community. Youth participation is also grounded in the EAC youth policy, the 6th EAC development strategy. This runs from 2021 up to 2025, and the EAC strategic plan on gender, youth, children, social protection, and community development. And this is strategy 2021 up to 2025. The East African community has adopted African Union Commission definition of youth, which defines youth as consisting of population with age range between 15 to 35 years. So East Africa is a very youthful region, as out of the now coming with the DR Congo, where we are almost 289 million people, out of which 71% are the youth. These are below 35 years old, so you can imagine. This shows huge demographic dividend. And when we say demographic dividend, this is large workforce that creates a window of opportunity to invest in education and health and for their children, and increase economic output and invest more in technology and skills to strengthen the economy. And we talk about technology, and you young people are good at innovation, the ICT, the digital world. We expect that this will grow the economies of partner states and the region at large. It is therefore important for young people to be involved and participate in the issues that will form an integral part of the current and future of this region. Guest of honor, we at the Secretariat value youth as leaders and drivers, and not leaders of future, leaders of today, leaders and drivers of East Africa integration process as stipulated by Article 120 of the treaty. I'm glad to report that we now have different avenues for engaging youth, such as youth councils, youth networks, youth ambassadors. The recent establishment of East African Youth Network is a positive step towards a platform to amplify your voices for collective advocacy and engagement in the EAC interventions, as well as those of youth civil platform in the region that are focused in addressing all the contemporary youth challenges. distinguished delegates, the EAC integration offers enormous opportunity to youth who are major stakeholders in socio-economic development of each partner state. And indeed, for East African region, considering the provision of EAC treaty and other policy documents, I hope this celebration will spark youth-led discussions and proposals that will enable EAC organs and its institutions, as well as its stakeholders, to sustainably address issues that both limit their meaningful participation in the integration process, as well as their social, economic, and political well-being, especially in entrepreneurship, employment, skills development, innovation, and in the areas of leadership, governance, peace building, human rights, and conflict management, in the areas of creativity, expression, and transformation, in the areas of youth, sexual reproductive health, and substance abuse, youth and environment, climate change adaptation, and mitigation. Distinguished delegates, as I conclude, let me at this juncture to thank you all and to thank our development partners who have supported in convening this conference. I'll mention a few which I know there are some more who are there, so you'll forgive me if I've not mentioned you. Africa Youth Trust, can we clap for them? GIZ, can you clap for them? Plan International, GPI East Africa, Voice of Youth. Can you also clap for the ones that I have not mentioned? So once again, I welcome you to the EAC headquarters, and I wish you a great success in your programmed celebration. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless you all. Asanteni sana. Vijana oye! Vijana oye! Vijana mpo! Asante sana.
Vijana safi! You people look tired. It's your day. Vijana safi! Now let's actively stand and give a round of applause as we welcome the Judge President of the East Africa Court of Justice. May I also welcome Honorable Christophe Bazivamo, the Deputy Secretary General, to welcome the Judge President.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So. My brother DSG Bazivamo, Daktari Irene, my sister Joyce, my brother, waheshimiwa vijana, ladies and gentlemen, you know, normally judges don't make speeches because our speeches are on papers. But I wish to thank very much Director DSG and the team for allowing me to be here. The theme of today is a very important theme. Intergenerational solidarity. Wazee na vijana pamoja. There is no way a community can survive without the youth. The first community collapsed after only 10 years of existence. From 1967 to 1977, the community collapsed. Why? Because the treaty, the first treaty, had not taken in care of the youth, of gender equality, of the role of the people into integration agenda. But with the Treaty of 1999, which entered into force in 2000, things changed. They introduced Article 6 B of the treaty on fundamental principles of the community, which is about the issue of good governance, the rule of law, social justice, equal opportunities, and the human rights. That was new. They also introduced Article 7 of the treaty, which shows about universally accepted principles of human rights. Article 7.2 of the treaty provides that the community is a people-centered. But also Article 126 of the same treaty is about you, is about youth, but also the role of the youth into integration agenda. So the community which does not take care of the youth, it must die. So now from 2000, now we are 21 years with the community. For the court, last year, we celebrated our 20 years anniversary. And we decided now in November, the court will not be in Arusha. We decided that in November, the court will not be in Arusha. We move all of us, the judges and the staff, include even the cleaner of our court. We move, we leave Arusha. Last year we were in Bujumbura. So from October and November, the whole court moved from Arusha to Burundi. We went to Gatumba, border Burundi, DRC. We went to Mugina, border Tanzania, Burundi. We slept to the lake in Nyanzarak. We went to Rutovu in the south of Nile, and we spent the whole month there. And we met with youth from the university, but also we met with media. This year in November, no, from 25th October to 28th of October, we will be in Kampala. And the whole November, the court will move, we make our sessions, the two division in Kampala. So why? Because the community belongs to the people. People here in Arusha, they don't know even where the court is. What hawajui mahakama iko wapi? Alafu wanaisha hapa Arusha. They don't even know the role of the court into integration agenda. And the court is here in Arusha. So youth are very important. And the community can be taken to court. I assure you. The community, if it does not involve you, you can take the community to the court. Why? Because it will be, the community will be violating the provisions of the treaty. Because it is there. If the community does not take care of you, even the partner says they can be taken to court. Let me tell you, in 2017, I was the government lawyer to this court. A very youth person from South Sudan, just leaving the university in Kigali, took the Department of South Sudan to court for the decision which had been made by the president on nominating members of Yala without following the treaty. A young person, just leaving the university, taking the republic to the court, and he was arguing against the Attorney General of South Sudan. And South Sudan lost the case. But they implemented the judgment of the court. So you can see the role of the youth into integration agenda. So you are 71% of the community. The future of the community cannot be decided by 29%. It is not proper. So people, all the people like me, We are 29%. We are sitting there. You are watching us. We are made this way for you. And we are clapping. But we are 71%. So if you decide to make sure that the community advances, you can do it. Kwa hiyo mimi nawashukuru sana. Now we are in court session. The judges are waiting for me. But I think it was better for me to be here. Why? Because I'm sure the community belongs to you. We are delivering judgments. Even next week we'll be delivering judgments. Some of your judgments are against your partners for violating the treaty. And they are not fair. Hatuogopi. Because we have been appointed in order to make sure the treaty is respected. We are also making judgments against the Secretariat, the Secretary General, here represented by my brother. He's my brother here. But in the court, he's not my brother. They must respect the treaty. So the community is losing in court. Why? Because of they are violating the provisions of the treaty. Your partner says they are being sued, including Burundi, which has now also lost one of the cases. So your community is yours. Vijana wa Tanzania, community ni ya kwenu. Vijana wa South Sudan, community ni ya kwenu. Wa Rwanda, wa Burundi, DRC, you are coming. Community belongs to you. Let us be involved, but also let us involve the youth. Lakini sisi wazee msitusahau. Because there is no young person without an adult person. Mutajidanganya. Mukitusahau tutawanyosha. Lakini mukitukumbatia na sisi tutawakumbatia, jumuiya yetu itaenda mbele. Hakuna jumuiya ambayo haina vijana, lakini vijana wakijifanya vichwa vigumu kwamba wanaweza kaenda peke yao, hawatofika. This is the intergeneration solidarity. Together we can achieve. Asanteni sana.
Viva! Thank you very much, Judge President. You called yourself mzee, but today we call you kijana mwenye uzoefu, an experienced youth. Ama namna gani? Experienced youth, si ndio? Former youths, huh? Now let's get to hear from the Deputy Secretary General of East Africa Community, Honorable Christophe Bazivamo. A round of applause as he steps forward.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Honorable Justice Nestor Kayobera, President of East African Community Court of Justice, Director, Social Sectors, Dr. Irene Isaka, GIZ representative here, Miss Joyce Abalo, Mr. Jack Tusime, Coordinator, East African Network, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all in this celebration. Youth of East Africa from our East African Community partner states, 7. Most welcome. And this I do on behalf of the East African Community Secretary General, Dr. Peter Matuki, who has not been able to be present, but who had wished actually to be there, because he is a strong supporter of youth in the integration process of the East African community. I wish also to take this opportunity to thank the United Republic of Tanzania for hosting us. But not only that, but also because of warm hospitality, our partner state delegates who also here present enjoy whenever people are here in Arusha or elsewhere in the United Republic of Tanzania. We are ever in the integration process, and it is a must to treat the establishment of the East African community, especially under its Article 120, request as partner state, young people to move together in this integration. And it can only be sustainable if young people are moving together with adults or old people in this integration agenda. As this is the first time maybe we are together here, I wish to go back in the context of our integration process so that I make sure we are moving at the same level of understanding. EAC, this is 7 partner states, including the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then you have the Republic of Burundi, the Republic of South Sudan, the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Uganda, the United Republic of Tanzania. These are 7 partner states. And they have decided to move together in this integration agenda with 4 pillars of integration. And I am sure you know these 4 pillars, but what I wanted to highlight is how far we are in this integration. The 4 pillars, you know, these are customs union, common market, monetary union, and political federation. Under the customs union, we are implementing now what we call single customs territory, where whichever goods coming from outside East African community is cleared only once at the entry point. In most cases, this is the port of Dar es Salaam or the port of Mombasa, and the goods move freely throughout, facilitated even by what we call one-stop border post, where our partner state officials are working together in the same room, under the same roof, to ensure smooth handling of activities and facilitating travelers crossing the border. And this has actually helped to get tremendous achievements, especially in the area of transport of goods, and our transporters are actually happy for what has been achieved. Under the Common Market Protocol, we are implementing, of course, what we call free movement of people. We have said it, people can move using the national ID throughout some partner state. We have the East African Community electronic passport, which is used. And we have also the free movement of labor, free movement of capital, free movement of goods. And this, of course, facilitates also implementation of the customs union protocol for free movement of goods. We are also implementing what we call the single communication network area. And this, you know, the issue of roaming, this facilitates actually us to communicate through in all partner states and paying less than it has been ever before. But it is also not only calling, it is also using the internet. And as you know, with COVID, many activities are actually being handled online. If it is very expensive, then you are losing. If it is facilitated, but what you have achieved through the common market protocol, by allowing our partner states to work together in this area of communication, telecommunication, then this becomes easier. And it is benefiting every and each one in our community. Especially young people who are actually on the social media here and there. This cannot happen easily if our partner states are blocking each other. We are implementing what we call the common higher education area. And this is having the community as one and allowing student mobility, where you can move from here and go and study in Kigali, in Kampala, or in Nairobi and elsewhere, but paying the same fees as what the national are paying. And they are also facilitation through some East African community scholarship programs, which are implemented by the Interuniversity Council for East Africa. And it is moving. You have some students here from different partner states in our community, studying here nearby in Nelson Mandela University, here in Arusha. But you have also regional centers of excellence in different countries, where you have a center of excellence on kidney, in urology, in Nairobi. You have a center of excellence on cancer, oncology in Uganda. You have a center of excellence on cardiovascular in Dar es Salaam, here in the United Republic of Tanzania. You have a center of excellence on nutrition sciences in the Republic of Burundi. You have a center of excellence on vaccines and the health value chain in Rwanda, and for biomedical center and e-health in Rwanda also. And all of these are regional center of excellence. Among others, these are specifically under education and health, mobilizing East Africans to go and study wherever they want according to specialization, but to serve the whole community. And this is happening. It is operation. So this mobility of students is helping actually movement of young people throughout the community and building them as East Africans who will be serving or working here and there in East Africa as East Africans. But this goes together with also teachers' mobility, where a teacher can actually go and teach in Nelson Mandela or go and teach in Nairobi University or elsewhere without vacating his own university, just choosing some time and go under the coordination of the Interuniversity Council for East Africa. I talk about the Interuniversity Council for East Africa. This is one of our East African community institutions. We have normally 8, being the East African Community Science and Technology Commission in Kigali, being the Lake Victoria Basin Commission in Kisumu, Kenya, being the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization in Jinja, Kampala, while also the Interuniversity Council for East Africa is in Kampala. But we have also KASOA, which is for aviation in Entebbe, Uganda, and you have the East African Community Kiswahili Commission in Zanzibar, United Republic of Tanzania. The move is to bring East African community together, and these institutions are helping implementation of policies and strategies which have been developed by the East African community, where you have, of course, as said, organs like the East African Community Court of Justice, like what you have the other wing, East African Community Legislative Assembly, and then as organs you have the summit, where you have also the Council of Ministers, and then the Secretariat as an implementing Secretariat. 3 organs and 8 institutions. This is the community. I wish to say that under the Common Market Protocol, you have also free movement of services. We are thinking and we have started implementing the East African Community Tourism Visa, where we see the East African as a single tourism destination. And these are things which are helping us to mobilize stakeholders to work together and to move together with us, but for the benefit of the East African community. We have in the process implementation of the monetary union, where we now actually are thinking about having an East African community monetary institute. We have got the law, and we have been assessing partner state to see where the Central Bank of East Africa later on will be. And we are now moving also to the political confederation of East Africa. Normally, ultimately, we should have a political federation, but our summit, head of state, have decided to pass through a confederation before reaching the political federation. And now a constitution for the East African Community Confederation is under development, where 2 lawyers, constitutional lawyers from each partner state, have been nominated by the summit to work on the constitution. They are now in the process of consulting throughout all partner states in East Africa to get the views. And I here invite you, whenever you hear that constitutional lawyer working on the East African Community Confederation Constitution are in your partner state, don't hesitate, go there and give your ideas so that they are captured to help actually the process to be strong, because it has ideas of the young of tomorrow, of the leaders of tomorrow, but of course of the leaders of today also. So these are the 4 pillars. These are the organs of the East African community, and also institutions of the East African community, where we were. While celebrating, we should be actually saying we are celebrating achievement. How far have we gone in this process? And here I wish to, maybe later on when you go home, to have in mind 3 things I will highlight. The first one being actually related and linked strategically to this theme of this celebration: intergenerational solidarity, strengthening youth engagement in the ESC integration process. What we see normally in our businesses, daily businesses, in general, not all the time, but in general, many people, many partner states, many groups do work as grasshoppers. Do you know grasshoppers? Have you heard about them? Do you know their culture? Grasshoppers. And I want to highlight it actually to invite you to think about it and to avoid in your whole life to behave like grasshoppers. You know, this word, you have to fight, you have to struggle to survive. And so is doing also, or are doing, partner state. Partner states which are there, every and each one of them are actually fighting, strategizing, to be strong. But moving alone is not helpful. And it is the reason why we are in this process of integration, to come up later on with a strong community which can actually have a strong voice in the whole world, and which can actually get better GDP, get better wealth and welfare for its citizens, compared with what is happening in the whole world. So these grasshoppers, while you are collecting them, normally these are children or women who moved here and they're collecting these grasshoppers. They put them in plastic bags or in bottles and close so that they cannot escape. While they are inside this plastic bag, they are fighting among themselves, fighting each other, trying to kill each other. But at the end, they don't know they are collected to go and be grilled together, to be eaten together, and none of them will survive. Instead of putting the energies together, maybe to break the plastic bag and then escape, they are just concentrating on fighting among themselves. And later on, they are grilled and killed and eaten together. This is what we should be avoiding. Solidarity. Let us work together, ensure we are strengthening each other, we are putting our energy together, we are synergizing so that we are strong. If we do not do that, actually, you will be seeing that at the end, if one partner state is moving alone, they reach nowhere, they remain poor, and you will be seeing that at the end, if you are moving alone, you will go nowhere, but if you are together, you are strong. And for example, is given many times by His Excellency Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, when he says that America, North of America, being now US and Canada, compared with Latin America, they were at the same level at a certain time when they are trying to build themselves as countries. North America strategically has chosen to move together, to build one strong partner state, which is the United States of America, while Latin America has chosen to have many small countries, Colombia, Bolivia, Brazil, Argentina, all these many small countries, and none of them is strong, while United States of America is leading the whole world. Why? Because they have constituted a big market, they have got one leadership, and strategically they have chosen how to move forward. So moving as a small partner state, you will reach nowhere. Putting our energy together as partner state, our thinking together, having a common vision, then we can survive and be strong. And you have to have in mind that this small partner state we have here in East Africa, we are not the one who have decided to have them. Berlin 1895, big masters have sat together and strategically decided to divide Africa so that they can lead Africa, they can exploit Africa, they can get whatever they want from Africa. And they were drawing lines on the board, on a paper, drawing lines on a paper saying this becomes Tanzania, this becomes Kenya, this becomes Burundi, this becomes Rwanda, so that they remain small, and then we can, the idea of dividing to rule, we can rule them however we want. So these were line in 1895. They were lines on paper. Now these lines have migrated in our brain. People were the same people at that time, even if they were in the same family, they were divided, and progressively they have forgotten, they were one. Now the lines are in our brain. I am Rwandese, I am Burundian, I am Kenyan, I am Tanzania, and I am ready to fight, to stay and to remain like that. But I am poor. I am a poor Tanzanian, I am a poor Kenyan, I am a poor Burundian, I am a poor Rwandese. I am not thinking, if we put our energy together and we are one East African, we are stronger, we have a strong voice, we have a big market, we can be rich. Because of this kind of sovereignty, we are moving slowly. So I am bringing this on the floor of these discussions so that while celebrating, we have to be focused to know what is the best way to move forward. How can we strategize better to ensure our survival is forever? So this is a call as young people to try your best and actually to do better than what we have been doing so far. Celebrating is about actually considering achievements and also considering objectives, vision. We have to think big to ensure actually our future is not a dream, but something which will be sustainable, achieved, maintained, and it can only happen if we are together. We think together, we implement together, we keep it together. The issue of being egoistic, the issue of being selfish is not actually something which is very attractive in this move. Your Excellency, Judge President, Honorable protocol observed, actually to conclude by saying that our heads of state, our president, during the summit, have taken a decision to promote local industries in Africa. And this was taken as a decision because it was seen we cannot develop, we cannot sustain or achieve what we wish to achieve as East African community if we are importing every and each thing from outside. And yet COVID has actually taught us that we can actually achieve many things because borders were closed, nothing was coming from China, nothing was coming from Europe, nothing was coming from US, but as East African community, we have survived. We have also been able actually to promote our industries, to produce what was needed at that time. It is a strong lesson that we can. So our heads of state have said, let us promote local industries. By promoting local industries, then we can create jobs for young people. And you know, this time around, the main challenge, not only in East Africa, but in the whole world, the main challenge is being or having youth who are mainly unemployed or underemployed. By promoting local industries, we create jobs and we can actually reduce the numbers of people who are under or not employed. But what I wish to highlight in front of you and to call upon you to do is to ensure you are supporting our heads of state. So the first call is to promote local consumption. As young people, promote local consumption. By promoting local consumption, you are encouraging producers to produce more. By producing more, we are giving also more jobs, but they are also creating some other activities which are related to what they are doing, and then we can sustain our local industries. And this is important. When you go into a supermarket, instead of targeting something coming from abroad, neglecting what is produced locally, under this negative mindset that what is produced locally is not good or you lacks quality, think about it. By buying something from outside, you are exporting jobs. And yet, we have a challenge. And we call upon you to ensure you are promoting local consumption by yourself, not rushing to KFC, but you look for local chicken, you eat this one. You look for fruits and vegetables which are produced locally. And you mobilize your colleague and other people to consume locally. This is a call. By doing so, you will be contributing actually to jobs creation, and it will be a support and a strong support towards implementation of the decision of our head of state and towards promoting our East African community integration. I wish to stop here by saying that in this process of integration, the East African community recognizes the key role that youth play in tackling climate change, because we cannot have a socio-economic development in a sustainable way if we are not addressing challenges related to environment. It has been highlighted by my director, Dr. Irene Isaka, that East African community is already facing negative impact of climate change, where you see flooding here and there, where you see drought here and there, where you see water destroying actually infrastructure or destroying our environment here and there. And if we work together and try to tackle this negative impact of climate change, we will be also contributing to sustainability of our socio-economic development. Because if you don't do so, normally we say if you behave negatively against environment, we say that environment do never forget, or does never forget, neither does it forgive. At the end, you will be the one suffering from what you have done wrong. And this is a core. As young people, you can put your hands together and do activities or mobilize for activities which are towards protecting our environment to ensure sustainable socio-economic development in East Africa. This Youth Day celebration has given all of us a forum to dialogue and to engage more deeply as we strategize on effective youth participation in the East African community integration agenda. To this end, I challenge you to look beyond borders and develop businesses that will tap for growing regional markets, especially in the ICT, as we know that young people are also ICT driven. It is my hope and belief that you will explore the opportunities it presents in the areas of software development and provision of hardware to facilitate intra-regional trade. Because here we say we build a community, we are extending the market, we are getting a big market, but the market is useful only if you are benefiting from it, if you are investing in it so that you can get from it. So think about it. As I conclude, allow me to thank all the partners, Plan International, GIZ, and the East Africa Youth Network who have supported the convening of this event. And I also thank the resource person who will be interacting with you, who have accepted to share, of course, their knowledge with you. And as I go, keep in mind not being or behaving like grasshoppers. Keep in mind that you have to work toward removing the lines in your brain which was put on the table, on the paper by a big master in Berlin in 1895, just to divide our Africa so that it can be ruled and exploited easily, and also ensure you are promoting local consumption to strengthen our economies in East Africa and to ensure young people and others can benefit from this market and this development and social development in our beautiful East Africa. So I wish you a very good day, Youth Day 2022, International Youth Day 2022, and I wish you happy and good celebrations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our Deputy Secretary General. Can we have another round of applause for him? My greatest takeout from his keynote is that we should not behave like grasshoppers. He has shared with us what the community has done and is still doing in different areas like communication, movement of people, education, and all these are opportunities for us. Fellow youth, it's time for us to proactively participate in the integration agenda. To my fellow Tanzanian youths, Kiswahili is also part of the official languages of the community. Let us stop being behind. Let's be proactive in participating in our individual areas of operation. Let us be active and participate in all the possible ways. Now, allow me to humbly request the high table to join us for a group photo outside. The high table will move out first, then the rest of us will follow. Guys, please, let's start moving outside. Huh?
Jamani, twendeni sasa tukapige picha, tuko nje ya muda. Wote kama tulivyopiga ile ya mwanzo asubuhi. Meza kuu itakuwa imeshatangulia pale ilivyokaa, sisi tutakaa nyuma yake. Sawa sawa Tuhakikisha tukifika pale sio tunapangana tena jamani. Ukifika pale hakikisha umekaa vizuri kwa sababu mwanzo tulishajua namna ya kukaa. Haya tushangamke.
So now this panel discussion, we want it to be interactive, because what we want to do at the end of the day, we want to come out with a youth position paper that we will present to the Secretary General and the sector councils to work on. And want to be very quick, precise, even if there are two that we know they can work on, it will be better. So at this moment, we are going to discuss the theme. And we are starting with brand team. Mr. Charles, the regional advocacy officer for Plan International. He will be the first to be on a panel. He will guide us, because Plan International has topical questions they are going to discuss. And there are going to be 3 panelists for Plan. So Mr. Charles is going to lead us into that. Each one has 7 minutes, but now we can make it 5. Isn't it, Charles? Because of time. Thank you. As Charles is preparing, you can feel at home. The co-moderator is here. You want to take over in Swahili?
Good afternoon. How are you? Mnaweza kunisikia? Nitumie hii sauti. Onyongeze kidogo Good afternoon, everyone. So I have 2 voices. I have this one and I have this one. Which one do you want me to use? I can play with both. I think by consensus, should I use the first voice? Those in favor say aye. Should I use the second voice? Those in favor say nay. Do we do a rerun? So I am Charles Nyukuri, working with Plan International as the regional advocacy, policy and research. Hello? Okay. First of all, I just want to appreciate the invitation issued by the organizers. I want to recognize all the partners present, starting from GIZ to the other partners. I want to recognize all the organizations that were represented today. I want to recognize yourselves. You started with a procession up to now, so maybe just a round of applause to all of you. Kuna watu sijaona wakipiga makofi, kwa hivyo nitaomba turudie tena. Naomba tujipigie. Inafaa upige ni kama uko kwa ndoa. Makofi tena. Asante sana. I am aware that we have different countries. Some were not comfortable with Swahili. So I think I'll keep it to English, but once in a while I'll drop in Swahili. And I am here with my colleague from Plan. Maybe just introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. Is it afternoon? My name is Jessica. I work at Plan Tanzania as comms and advocacy person. Happy to be here. Vijana oe!
Asanteni sana. Vijana oe! Vijana oe! Mpo? Mpo? Asanteni sana. So today I'm going to address one issue briefly. And it's based on the question you were given for discussion. And we are going to be looking at those. Hello? Okay. Young women are adversely affected by climate change. and conflict in the region. So currently we are experiencing an extreme hunger crisis in the region. So what is Plan doing? Please let me change this. So what is Plan Kenya doing in response to the hunger crisis? So I'm going to use approximately 5 minutes as requested. And what I'm going to give you, these are just quick highlights, top line issues. But my humble request is after these conversations, please let's use our mobile phones. Let's get more information about what I'm going to discuss. So as Jacques said, I am the policy advisor, and we look at the region. We look at what is currently going on in the region. Plan International, for those of you who have never interacted with the organization, Plan International is an organization that works for a just world for girls and young women. And right now our theme is Girls Standing Strong. Naomba turudie tafadhali. Girls Standing Strong. Jamani Jacques, sijui watu wajanywa supu ama nini, sauti hazitokei vizuri. Girls Standing Strong! Asanteni. So that's what we focus on as Plan International. Now, in relation to the food crisis, I would want to start off by saying that our environment is totally, our economy, is totally dependent on environmental factors. We cannot grow as a region without looking at our environment. That's the first thing that I just want us to get it out of the way. It is good to discuss about the economy in the region, that is East Africa community, but we have to be sensitive to where are we with the environment. For the people who are living here in Tanzania, you will admit that the weather is a little bit off. According to my conversation with people from the gate, the taxi driver, everyone, watu wanasema kuna baridi mno. Ni ukweli ama si kweli? And right now, we've just gone for the photo shoot. I felt like standing there for another hour. It was a little bit hot, but when you come inside here, the environment has changed a little bit, right? The same happens to, I think the same thing is going on across the world. We have serious climatic changes. And the reason why is right now we are facing the 4th consecutive failed rain. Can I repeat that again? We are facing the 4th consecutive failed rain. Na maanisha ilikuwa inafaa mvua ikuwe imenyesha kwa mtindo fulani the past 3 months. It hasn't. So what happens is it brings different environmental factors. We are expecting short rains between October and December this year, but going by the trend, things are a little bit different. Things have changed. And this responds to what we call the closing cycles of drought. So let me just explain this a little bit. Drought usually happens after every 8 years. It's when we face a cycle of drought. But what is currently happening, we are facing drought after every 2 years. So that means it's getting drier and drier. That means food is getting minimal. And when food gets minimal, we have different things that are associated with that bring problems. So what we start seeing or witnessing is conflict. Because community X want to bring their cattle to use pasture Y, and this other community is protecting this pasture. What happens as a result? We start having conflict. When conflict happens, who suffers? Who suffers in conflict? Sorry? Citizens. Who are the most vulnerable people who suffer in conflicts? Women and children, correct. Now I want to focus on conflict and climate change in East Africa. As Plan, we've done our analysis and we are working with other partners, and we are focusing on 4 countries in this region. So the first country is Somalia, the second country is South Sudan, the other country is Ethiopia, and finally we have Kenya. These countries are facing severe drought, and it is the worst in 70 years. I want to repeat that again. It's the worst in 70 years. It's comparable to a drought that happened between the year 1984 and 2011 when we were facing the drought. Here in Tanzania, I'm told the regions of around, is it Kilimanjaro? Somewhere around there. You're facing drought, but it's not as acute as these other regions, and I'll explain that later. In Uganda, Karamoja area is one of the areas. But in these areas, in these 4 countries, it's really severe. So from the data that we have, in Ethiopia, 8.1 million people are facing the hunger crisis. Ethiopia. Out of this 8.1 million, half of them are children. In Kenya, 4.1 million people are facing the hunger crisis. In South Sudan, 7.1 million. And finally, in Somalia, 8 million. A little bit like Ethiopia. Technically, that's almost 70% of the country. So you can see these people are really suffering because of different issues. Now, there's something that I wanted to share with you as the panel, for you to appreciate. When I say drought, what does it mean? Drought has 5 stages. And I just want to quickly brush through the 5 stages so that we can quickly appreciate where we are. So the first stage, so these 5 stages are called the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. In short, inaitwa IPC. So ukienda Google uandike IPC, utapata Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. These standards have been developed globally. And these standards are developed for you to see where you are in terms of drought facing. So in the first phase of drought, things are okay, you can survive. Bei ya chakula imeenda juu, bei ya vitu zimeenda juu, lakini unaweza pata chakula. Sasa, in the second phase, people are stressed. You're barely surviving, but you're struggling. I'm assuming everybody here had breakfast today, right? Nani haja kunywa chai kutoka asubuhi? Nani amekunywa chai? Jacques uko na kazi, watu wako na njaa. The third phase, thank you Jacques, is the crisis stage. In the crisis stage is where people miss 1 meal a day. We have situations where the food consumption is a little bit minimal. And in the fourth stage, we call it the emergency stage, where people start facing malnutrition. So because people are not eating proteins or these other things, they start facing malnutrition. And in the final stage, we call it the famine stage. So this is IPC 5. Now here we have human deaths. And in this situation, it's the situation where you don't really want to go to. And currently, Somalia is about to be declared in that stage. In the year 2011, 230,000 people died because of hunger. And you can see where the trend is going. So what is Plan International doing in relation to the hunger crisis? And where do you come in as young people in East Africa community? So the first thing that we are doing is we are working with communities. We are actually based in these areas. On a day-to-day basis, we work with communities. And what we do is we give what we call food and livelihood assistance. That means we give people rations of food. And we have what we call in-kind food, and we have what we call cash transfers. There are some areas where if they get money, they can buy food. So we do that. There is a region where a child told us, hunger at home is better than hunger in school. Because when she's at school, feeding, she's thinking about her mother, her brother who are at home. So she said, I'd rather be with these people, we are suffering, than come at school. So when you go to some countries like South Sudan, for example, in the areas where we are working, we have what we call a home ratio. Meaning we give the girl food in school, then we give her food to go and give her family members, so that when they come back, it can encourage them to stay in school. So we also provide sanitary kits. We also work on nutrition. We give supplementary proteins and those kind of things. And also we do a lot of sensitization. So what is our ask as I conclude to all of you? My first ask, my assumption, Jacques, and you will correct me, the members who are present here belong to youth groups, right?
Yes, they do.
From the different countries.
Yes, they do.
So my first ask to all of you is humbly requesting you to share information about the hunger crisis. As much as we are pushing for all these good things that we are doing in the region, let people know that we have other young people outside here who are suffering and they need food. Number two, we are pushing for what we call durable solutions, and that is financial support from your governments. Jacques, the East Africa community has policies, and it has strategies, and it has a master plan on climate change. Hatuna upungufu wa sheria. Sheria ipo. Upungufu tunayo ni kuweka fedha kwa hiyo sheria. So we have a master plan, but it's not funded. Countries are not committing. So when we are pronouncing statements as the East Africa community, let's put a rider there on financing of these services, so that at least we have the laws that are starting to work. Basically, we are asking a country to put X amount of money to respond to crisis. The other ask to all of you is in relation to the cross-border cooperation. The speakers before me spoke about the kind of relationship that we are having across the region. So I think it's a matter of us, again, pushing for that kind of integration. Tanzanians, we buy tomatoes and onions from you. Mnajua hivyo? Mkiacha kulima nyanya, sisi hatupiki kachumbari. Wakenya wangapi wako hapa? Ni mimi peke yangu, kwa hivyo sitapigwa mawe. Tunatumia nyanya zenu, tunatumia vitunguu na mahindi. So when you stop farming that, in Kenya we do not receive food. Tuko pamoja? So you may be somewhere in Iringa, Mbeya, and you're farming na unasema, hii mahindi napeleka wapi? Inafika Kenya. Tuko pamoja? So the cross-border relations and us making things easy in the border really helps this. Finally, I think it's just to appreciate the fact that when all these things are happening, girls and young women are facing multiple challenges. Among the challenges that girls and young women are facing is food for sex. According to the girls we've interviewed, since they need a ration of food, they get exploited. Kama unataka unga, lazima ufanye hivi. Another challenge that girls are facing is gender-based violence. Actually, across the 4 countries that I've mentioned, 30% of girls are facing gender-based violence because of the humanitarian hunger crisis. Another challenge that girls are facing is remaining in school. How many youth organizations here are working on education? Please just raise your hand if your focus is on education. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will invite you to look at a study that Plan has done recently, which is called the Education Investment Study, where we've looked at how much all your countries have budgeted for in education. Sasa wewe kama uko Tanzania, when you get that report, look at how much the Tanzanian government has budgeted for education. And you start your advocacy looking at what can I do to ensure that this money is really utilized the way it should. So girls, apart from those three challenges I've mentioned, they're facing multiple challenges. We have early childhood marriage, because what is happening is men go for pastures to get food for their livestock, and when they leave, what happens is people take advantage of their families. If you want me to provide food, I need to get your daughter. We have a lot of harmful cultural practices that are happening in these areas. So Jacques and Tim, I want to conclude by inviting the young people in this forum to take a moment of silence and realize that since morning up to now, we have people who've died because of lack of food. Imagine food. We are not even talking about war. Food. Ile kitu mnaenda kula leo lunchtime. People have died because of that. We have people who are going through acute malnutrition. Now, I've not come here to put gloom in your faces. I'm coming here to say that you have the power to give or to provide change to these people. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Mr. Charles. I know you guys are hungry, that's for sure. But where food is there, I can attest. And I want us to, on the program, we'll not finish the whole of the program before you guys eat. We are going to break it down. We have 2 more speakers or 1. Then we go for lunch. After we come back, and I pray that we all come back, because the next session is about group work, where we will sit and have our own recommendations. What the Secretary General was talking about is that we are just seated when actually it's the judge president, that we are just seated when the 29 is doing the work. So after the 71 will come here, we get recommendations. Sindio? Asante sana. Charles, we are supposed to have Hadari from Plan online, but we are preparing the online. So you can also get in touch with Elsie to see where Hadari has reached. But for now, I will invite our principal gender and community development officer, who has been at the forefront of this day, Madam, our mother, Mrs. Generose Minani, to come and tell us the opportunities that are available for young people and how the EAC is engaging the young people. As she comes, she had promised me to bring her son to attend, so I don't know if he made it. Actually, I'm told that he's there, so you can see the passion, that it is a generation that is continuing. Thank you so much. You can give her a round of applause as she comes. She's the only one in between our lunch, so she will have maybe 5 minutes, and we go for lunch. After that, we'll come back. Thank you so much, madam. Okay, I've been advised that we first have lunch, because she looked at us and she said we are really dying. She doesn't want to what? To bother us. So, Vincent, you can take over. Lunch, I think, is served there. And the GIZ team, I don't know where it is. You coordinate with the GIZ team. Our director will move first in the team at the ESC. Then the young people will come late. After the food, then we will continue with the conversation. Cindy, you can clap for Madam Generals. Me, I had sacrificed you guys.
Wavijana tupo. Yeah, I'm also hungry. I cannot. I saw everyone is hungry, so because I interacted with many of you, there are some who did not take breakfast, isn't it? And there are many than those who took breakfast. So I don't want to just tell you what we have for youth in EAC when I'm not listening to, isn't it? So I just say, let us have our lunch quickly. It's not a lesson, it's not a lecture. Just let us relax and we get our breakfast, our lunch, not breakfast, and come quickly. We just pick some good points from EAC. Then it's our intake, isn't it? Instead of just go home without something. So let us go and have our lunch. I want one youth to come here and pray for the lunch and we proceed, isn't it? And our DSS here, she spoke a lot. I want her to get that intake when we are coming back. Thank you. Who is coming to pray for the
Let us close our eyes and pray. Father, we say thank you for this breakfast day. We say thank you for each and everything that you have done to us since morning until this breakful moment. We give ourselves to you, Jesus. We give ourselves to you, Father. And we're bringing the food that we are going to be served this breakful moment. May it be clean so as our bodies and our stomach won't be harmed. In the name of Jesus Christ, and I pray, amen. May each and everybody be satisfied. Amen.
So how much time?
Democracy. Yeah. How many minutes should we take? 40? Okay. I'll be generous and add 5. Let's take 45 minutes. Come and sawa. So
Kwa hiyo dakika 40 tumekubaliana, si ndio
So let take our director and the ESC team.
Then directors wale walijitambulisha tunawaomba. Leo ni siku ya kuheshimu vijana. Directors wote karibuni, tunaenda na EAC team. Directors wote.
Kale, thank you Vincent.
Waliojitambulisha na wakumbuka. Directors wote, youth directors, Nema, former MPs, tunaenda pale. Karibu. So dakika 40 tutumie muda huu pia kumingo huko kwenye chakula. Sasa wewe umekuja? Sasa mtu amekuja na mwenzake wanaongea umbea huo tangu walipotoka. Badilisha umbea. Sawa Usije na mtu mmeongea
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a knowledge management specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Alvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a knowledge management specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Alvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a Knowledge Management Specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a knowledge management specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a knowledge management specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a Knowledge Management Specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania, because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because we get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a knowledge management specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a knowledge management specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a Knowledge Management Specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a knowledge management specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a knowledge management specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a Knowledge Management Specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration, as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya, but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania, because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because we get to celebrate digitization among the youth. And I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn, you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
Hi, my name is Diana Mutabazi, a knowledge management specialist at GIZ EAC. As a youth, I highly commend the work done by GIZ EAC projects to support youth engagement in the integration process within the East African community. As a call to action, let's encourage the youth to mobilize self-help, work hand in hand with their peers, and acquire skills for the better future of the EAC integration as the time is now.
Hello everyone, happy International Youth Day. My name is Elvira Kwatenge. I am originally from Kenya but currently living in Arusha, Tanzania because I'm studying at the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'm studying a master's in embedded and mobile system. Today is a happy day because you get to celebrate digitization among the youth, and I just want to encourage the other youth that haven't started interacting with technology that please learn online, learn from a friend, learn from a class, and in turn you should also teach someone, because when you teach others, that's when you also learn more and impact the whole community at large. The East African community relies so much on this.
We are living in the fourth industrial revolution, and we know that digitization is the way to go. We have to learn these basic computer skills, coding, programming, machine learning, and the like, to be able to move with where the world is going. You don't need to learn a lot, but you just need to have the basics. Digitization is key for efficiency, increasing the efficiency of the East African community, but the African continent at large. So learn these digital skills and digitize Africa, for the future of Africa is digital.
My name is Joyce Kevin Kimaro, Economic Advisor, Gender, GIZ EAC program based in Arusha. We joined the world to celebrate International Youth Day 2022. We have been supporting youth engagement in the regional integration and cross-border trade through enterprise incubation and innovation, with the view to respond to youth unemployment and related challenges. As a result, we have promoted youth creativity, talents identification, and opened opportunities to employment and cross-border trade. The intergenerational dialogue provided connectivity of the youth with the policy makers and submission of their recommendation for action by partner states. The program will continue to mainstream and deepen the support rendered to youth in the integration process in the coming years. Without youth inclusion, the fundamental principle of a people-centered and market-driven cooperation cannot be attained. So let's listen, engage, and support the EAC youth.
support the East Africa integration. First and foremost, I'd like to call upon the youth parliamentarian from Tanzania, Christine from Zia Africa, Mabu Robert from Sunrise Foundation, and Abdallah Lugome from the East Africa Youth Network. Please have a seat in front here. Mabu Robert. Who's representing the youth officer from Tanzania? I'm told one of the youth parliamentarians from Tanzania. Is anyone ready for that? Okay, please debate amongst yourself to decide who will come forward. Hello. Allow me to now welcome Abdillahi Lugome to share with us what the East Africa Youth Network is all about and their main agenda, especially in relation to today's theme.
Clap for me. You guys were selfish, eh?
He deserves a clap. All the energy and the vibe, he deserves a clap.
Well, thank you very much indeed. As I've been introduced, my name is Abdillahi Lugome. I'm a chapter member and founding member of East African Youth Network. And actually, I'm a coordinator of East African Youth Legislative Assembly, but also I'm working with an organization called Tunaweza as Executive Secretary. And currently I'm acting as Executive Director. So I'm here now. I've been asked to talk about East African Youth Network, where we came from and where we are and where are we going. First of all, East African Youth Network, it's a network of young people around the East African community. The idea of establishing East African Youth Network started 2014 when we met at MSTCDC. There was to see me and other young people who are here. Vincent, we were in a youth governance festival. In a youth governance festival, we were discussing on the way, how are we going to connect young people in East Africa and Africa in particular, so that we can have one solidarity in harmonize youth's voice and amplifying youth's voice. That's where the idea came. Later on, in 2017, I remember the first youth leadership, East African Youth Leadership Summit you lead again, which is sponsored by East African Community and MSTCDC. We came again with the same thing, but we have been told that there is East African Youth Council which will be established in, and there is this, East African Community Vision 2063. It's all about issues on youth and the establishment of East African Youth Council. But there are some member states of East African community who were not, actually, what can I say? They didn't have youth councils. And Tanzania is one among that country. So I remember when I was a speaker, I traveled all East African countries. By that time it was 6 countries by bus, and everywhere we go, we are looking, fine, we have this East African Youth Legislative Assembly, but this is not enough, because it is there as in East Africa, Madam and other staff of East African supporting it, but we need to have a certain body which will be very strong, more than East African Youth Legislative Assembly. So some other countries are delaying due to the political issues within the countries in forming East African Youth Council. To forming the youth councils in the countries. So later on, we came up with East African Youth Network. As we see the vision there, the network envisioned to actively engage youth at all levels in East Africa community integration. So that's where we decided first to spearhead the establishment of East African Youth Network. We had the meetings, and keep in mind that it was during the COVID, so Zoom meeting, a lot of Zoom meeting. How are we going to start discussions? A lot of discussions. Later on, we decided in every country we need to have chapters. So CSOs and NGOs and INGOs in East African country member states, they should register in East African Youth Network. That's where we established East African Youth Network. As my organization, Tunaweza, is also member of Tanzanian chapter East African Youth Network. So for now, East African Youth Network is the network which connects the integration of young people in the region. And that's why even today here, we are celebrating the International Youth Day under the umbrella of East African Community. Let us make a big clap for all the team who did it. This shows that young people are not selfish. They see, how are we going to connect? How are we going to amplify our voices? So they see, they have the vision, and they grab the opportunity. So it's like that. We have strong leadership of Usime and strong, what can I call, patronage of East African Community in East African Youth Network. And I really thanks Madam and the Secretariat in general for supporting our youth movement in East African. Well, we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Before we proceed to the next presenter, Mr. Abdullahi Lugome, you've spoken of the East Africa Youth Network as an umbrella body for CSOs and NGOs within the community. Do you think there's possibility for the private sector to also be part of the East Africa Youth Network? Because we have a lot of young people doing business within their own countries and also want to do business within the region. Is it possible to integrate young people in the private sector?
Yeah, actually, if you heard me well, I said youth in CSOs, INGOs, and the NGOs, and all other youths. We leave no one behind. Everyone who wish to join the movement, they're there. For example, here, there are some organizations who are not chapter members, but they are here. So we are welcoming any person, as long as you have to abide our constitution of East African Youth Network. And very soon, we are going to register it in Tanzania and officially being as part and parcel of East African Community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lugome. That was a representative from the East Africa Youth Network. As we move on, allow me to now welcome the representative of youth officers in Tanzania, and that is James Magumba.
Thank you very, very much. My name is James Magumba. I am the director for the Youth Diplomatic Icon, Young Diplomats of Tanzania. I am here to represent the youth officer from the Regional Commissioner's Office. And today, I am trying to speak about the creation of the National Youth Council in Tanzania. One of the objectives of the East Africa Youth Network is to pioneer, to bring the awareness and advocate for the creation of the National Youth Council in Tanzania. Our country is the only country that we do not have the National Youth Council. Although the bill was created back in 2015 and it was passed in the National Assembly for the starting point or for the creation of the National Youth Assembly, the National Youth Council, but it has never came to reality until this moment. As the youth of East African community, I'm also part of the creation of the East Africa Youth Network, the member. We had to decide that what can we do to advocate and make sure that we have the National Youth Council in Tanzania. And this is where the East African Youth Network has to merge the objectives and think and also engage the CSOs and all the stakeholders
the youth stakeholders, so that we can work together to advocate and make sure that Tanzania has a National Youth Council, so that we would not leave any youth behind. Because most of the Tanzanian youth have been left behind due to the reason that we do not have a platform or a tool where we can take our strategy, our implementation, our advice, our claims, our problems. And this is the reason why we have been lagging behind and also losing a lot of international opportunities. But if we have the National Youth Council, I think most of the youth will benefit by having an opportunity to be engaged with the regional integrations and benefit from those opportunities that has been presented with the diplomatic mission, with also the regional blocks. Now, having said that, the minister responsible for the youth in Tanzania, Patrobert Katambi, he started the process of creating the National Youth Assembly, National Youth Council in Tanzania. But we had to cooperate with the Prime Minister's office and make sure that we give education first to the youth, that they can understand the National Youth Council. How does it work? Are they ready to take it? We know that they are very ready to take it. But are they aware of how the National Youth Council operates? Are they aware about the structures? Are they well trained about the rules of procedures? But also, do they understand on how its implementation structures is supposed to be, implementation strategies? So, generally for me, I would say that the government is very, very ready to listen to the young people. They are just waiting for us to have a very good body to present our case. But also they are underway because all the rules of procedure has been complete. Zanzibar already they have the National Youth Council, but also the awareness and the seminars to train this youth on the National Youth Council is also in the process and on the groundwork. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Magumba. Indeed, the idea of having a National Youth Council will be helpful for the youth in Tanzania. Please work hand in hand with the East Africa Youth Network such that all the youth that have attended this event today will have access to further information on the establishment of the Youth Council. Next on our list is Miss Christine, who is representing Sunrise Foundation in partnership with Zia Africa. She will share with us about youth engagement, women and girl child empowerment, as well as agriculture in relation to our theme today.
Thank you. My name is Christine Dogbalengale. I am from South Sudan, representing Sunray Foundation in partnership with Zia Africa. I am privileged and happy to be amongst you here tonight. Sunrise Foundation South Sudan and Zia Africa, we do a lot of humanitarian services, of which the one that I mostly engage myself in is I am a community mobilizer, where I reach out to the youth in the community to to engage them into, into the social and the social works that we do as the foundation. I also reach out to the girls. In South Sudan, we have a problem with the girl child. The girl child is suffering a lot, whereby you find a girl, if she's 12 years old and she has started menstruation, this girl is being forced by her parents to get married to a man who is not her desire. So this kind of thing, this is what we do as Sunray Foundation in partnership with Zia. We reach out to this kind of parents, to also the girls, to protect them. That's why we do some child protection. We reach out them to welcome them, to talk to them, to mentor them, even the parents, to talk to them not to send their children into marriage before their age. We also do livelihood, agriculture. We encourage the youth not to only rely on the job, the white collar jobs. You see, in South Sudan, when you find a youth, somebody who is 25 years, he or she is only looking for a job, in the office. But we as Sunray Foundation, we are looking at the youth who are able to do something for themselves, who are creative. Yes, you can go for farming. You can grow your crops, fruits, and you sell it out there. You make your own money. You don't have to just wait for the white collar job. You don't have to wait for the organization or the government offices to give you jobs so that you get money to support yourself. No, we look into a situation whereby a youth is able to go out there and do something for themselves. Then the women empowerment, we also look, most of the women in South Sudan lost their husbands due to war, and these women are vulnerable. They have nothing to do. They are just there. You find out that, yes, many people in many countries, we find beggars. But when you come to South Sudan, somebody is unable to eat. Somebody is unable to work with their hands to support their own family. I always feel ashamed when I see somebody on the street. They are having 2 legs, 2 hands, they can see, but they end up begging. I always say, why don't you just go to a restaurant? Go and ask them that, today I want to wash for you your plates. From there, you can give me whatever you want, give me. It could be leftovers. I have no problem, as long as I have labored for you here. You are not giving me for free. I have done something for you. So we also look into these women. We give them livelihood. We train them, especially with tailoring, the women. We train them to be tailors, whereby they can do something for themselves and support the children that they are raising up. This is what I can say about Sunrise Foundation in partnership with Zia. My colleague will also talk more on it. And before I finish, I would like to give you out some pens as gifts. This is what we always do, because you cannot go to the youth and just talk to them without motivating them with anything. So we always give them something out as a motivation, because the next time we come to call them out, they will surely come. Jack, you can give. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Christine, for the gift that you'll be sharing with us and for the content that you have shared with us. Now, the 4th person on our panel this evening is Mr. Mabu Robert, who is the Executive Director of Sunrise Foundation. Sunrise Foundation has programs on peace building, psychosocial support, child protection, gender-based violence and human rights, food security and sustainable livelihoods, water hygiene and sanitation, education, development and entertainment, as well as basic health. Mr. Robert, please share with us how your organization implements today's theme, that is intergenerational solidarity, strengthening youth engagement in the East Africa integration process.
Thank you. As you've heard my name, I am Mabu Robert, Executive Director for Sunrays Foundation, as well as co-founder of the same foundation. Sunrays Foundation is pleased to partake in this great gathering. First time for us to reach out beyond the neighbors of South Sudan, across 3 countries, Uganda, Kenya, and then Tanzania. You can imagine the pleasure we have. We have seen a lot on our ways, learning and also finding opportunities along our ways. Sunrays Foundation started in 2017 as individuals, 2 of us with my colleague called Simon. We started as individuals addressing needs of vulnerable people in our community in Yambio, which is a state capital of Western Equatoria State. You can imagine $50 touching the lives of 24 individuals. $50. We started with 50 USD. The impact and the feedback we got from these beneficiaries encouraged us to start a CBO, that is a community-based organization, so that we could have a status of an organized group recognized by our government to offer humanitarian support. 2018 up to 2020, we saw still the potential and the enormous need of our people. So we decided to upgrade to a national NGO based now in Juba. We are 2 years down the road as a national NGO, and our main focus has been on the youth. Because in South Sudan, the youth are being used by politicians to fight. Most of these veterans and our politicians will deceive the youth with good promises, which they do not even implement. But the youth will die, they will lose their properties, some will become maimed, and in the end, they become hopeless in the community. So we engage the youth with our peace-building activities. Most of them who come back from the bush become traumatized when they see no future after all the suffering in the bush. So we give them psychosocial support in order for their integration in the communities for peace and harmony. You can imagine a youth 3 years in the bush eating from looted property, stealing, robbing people on their ways. But when he's now integrated in the community, he has no papers, he has no career, so he will continue robbing people in the communities. So we give them psychosocial support so that they can be productive. They can first of all settle, and then we give them skills, like Christine mentioned. We give them skills with simple things they can do to earn a living. For instance, vegetable gardening or kitchen gardening. We have trained over 60 youth in kitchen gardening, which we did last year, and South Sudan, a nation with 90% arable land. I think this is something new to you today. South Sudanese land can feed the entire region, East African region. The land is extremely fertile. We have adequate rainfall. In fact, the climate is just suitable for food production. But this is a nation suffering from hunger. And the reason is simple. Over 3 decades of insecurity, people are not settled to farm. People are traumatized. And there are places with pockets of insecurity. You cannot reach out to the village where you can get enough land to cultivate because of intercommunal violence. There are communities that hate other communities because those communities offended them or killed their relatives during the war. So there are this kind of revenge killings. So we also reach out to those communities to forgive so that we can push on with lives. And right now in South Sudan, there is no war. What is happening in South Sudan is cattle theft, cattle rustling. The population of cows in South Sudan is 5 times more than the population of us South Sudanese. We are 12 million individuals, but multiply that by 5. Those are the cattle we have. But we are still poor. We don't even eat the cows we have. I can say only 1%. But the cows are used for marriages, for prestige, and all that. So South Sudan has plenty of resources that can feed the whole of East African bloc. It's an opportunity which needs investment. So my call to the East African community here in Arusha, Tanzania, tonight is please work on peace in South Sudan, and we shall get rid of hunger in the region, and we shall become prosperous. Some of you do not know where to invest, but the investment opportunities in South Sudan is enormous. Therefore, let the regional leaders help their brothers, our leaders in South Sudan, to implement the current peace deal in letter and spirit. There is no political will in my country. That's why the peace deal has not been implemented, and also they are extending the duration of the implementation. Now they have given 2 more years to themselves. After that, they will still give more extensions. But these are opportunities for all the region to invest and to prosper. So the role of Sunrise Foundation as a youth organization is advocacy. And I'm here now advocating for peace in South Sudan through this regional bloc. Just a minute to wrap up. Agriculture is an area of investment in South Sudan. Education, we have few schools and we have only 5 or 6 universities in the whole of South Sudan. You can open universities in South Sudan as a business. There is only one international university, which is Kampala University branch in South Sudan. ICT is still backward. In fact, South Sudan is backward in everything except the potentials. What we have are only potentials. Our oil money is not invested in the development of the country. So it is us, the youth now, to focus on how to turn the destiny of our country for the good of us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert, for sharing with us the possible investment opportunities in South Sudan. And you also said that you have a lot of cows. Please advise your people to bring them here. Be it for marriage, be it for what. We don't have enough. Ours have died out of drought. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from our panelists here, the wonderful work that they are doing to strengthen youth engagement in the integration process. Now, different from what they have said, is there anyone that would like to share with us what he or she is doing, either in their own individual way of operation or in their organization, that is strengthening youth engagement in the integration process? You have a microphone there. You can share from there. Let's make it a bit quick, at least 2 minutes for each speaker.
Habari za mchana. Naomba kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili kwa sababu viongozi wote waliokuwa mbele wametumia lugha ya Kiingereza, lakini kwa wale ambao hamtakuwa mmetuelewa mtatusamehe. Nichukue nafasi hii kwanza, kwa majina naitwa Ibrahim Othman Jama, ni former Vijana Assembly, East African Youth Legislative Assembly. Niwashukuru meza kuu kwa kuwa na nafasi hii, lakini viongozi waliokuwepo kwa ajili ya kupresent issue. Tumewasikia viongozi leo kutoka asubuhi, lakini na viongozi wengine tumewasikia hapa wakishirikiana na sisi. Sisi tukiwa kama vijana tuna mambo makuu ya kujifunza kupitia kalamu na karatasi, lakini kwa ushauri ambao tumepewa na viongozi leo, ninataka nizungumze jambo moja ambao main speakers walikuwa wanazungumza hapa kuhusiana na masuala peacekeeping na vitu kama hivyo. Changamoto kubwa ambazo zinatusumbua sisi bara la Afrika, jambo la kwanza ni tribalism. Kwa hiyo sisi kama vijana ambao tuko ndani ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, lakini bara la Afrika, bila kujali EAC na nchi zingine ambazo zinafungamana na Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tunatakiwa tupinge na tukatae swala linalohusiana na ukabila. Tumekuja kuangalia mataifa mengi ya Afrika kwa ujumla yakiwa yanapata shida na vijana wanateseka kwa sababu ya ukabila, ya kuwagawa vijana kwa maslahi mapana ya wanasiasa na viongozi ambao wako kwenye serikali. So hilo ni jambo la kwanza la kuangalia. Lakini kwa nawasikiliza viongozi wenzangu wakiwa wanazungumza kuhusiana na swala la vijana kuandaa, tumekuja kuona moja ya changamoto kubwa katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, especially wanasiasa matajiri na baadhi ya viongozi wa serikali wamekuwa wakiwatumia wanafunzi wa vyuo vikuu na vijana kufanya biashara ya madawa ya kulevya when you move from one place to another, kwa sababu ya kusambaza madawa haya. Sasa hili ni changamoto kubwa ambayo serikali ya kila nchi kupitia Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki inatakiwa ikae na kuwashauri vijana na kukaa serious na viongozi ambao wako kwenye dhamana ya kujiendeleza. Kwa hiyo tuangalie kuhusiana na issue ya madawa. Sisi kama vijana ni taifa la kesho, ni taifa la leo, ni taifa la kesho kutwa. Kwa hiyo tuwe makini na wanasiasa ambao wana maslahi mapana kwa sababu ya biashara za madawa kulevya, aidha viongozi wa kiserikali au wafanya biashara wa juu ambao watakuwa na maslahi mapana ya kutengeneza faida yao. Lakini jambo la tatu, mimi ni Mtanzania ambaye nilizaliwa katika ardhi ya Tanzania. Asilimia kubwa ya vijana wengi ambao wako kwenye Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki wanakosa kitu kimoja ambacho kinaitwa lack of information ama education concerning ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Kuna vijana ambao tuko hapa leo unaweza kukuta hawajui nini maana IALA, East African Legislative Assembly, au EACJ, East African Court of Justice. Kwa hiyo kuna haja ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ambayo leo ndugu zetu kina Jack na viongozi wengine kukaa na kuwakumbusha vijana wa nchi zote za Afrika Mashariki, na kupitia makao makuu ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ambaye ni hapa Arusha, tuna haja ya kuwafundisha vijana wetu wajue umuhimu wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, faida na majukumu zinazopatikana platform ya vijana kupitia Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Hilo ni jambo la msingi ambalo tunatakiwa tuone, tufungue macho kwa maslahi mapana ya wanavijana wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Kwa kumalizia, kuna kitu kinaitwa political instability. Tumekuja kuona kuna nchi nyingi, kwa mfano ndugu zetu wa DRC, sisi tunawatakia kheri na mema katika uongozi wao. Lakini tumekuja kuona moja ya changamoto kubwa barani Afrika ni political instabilities. Sisi tukiwa kama vijana tunatakiwa tujitambue, tuelewe na tufahamu umuhimu wa kusimamia masuala political issues bila vijana kuingiliwa na kuamua yale ambayo tunayafanya, na tuangalie mustakabali wa nchi yetu na wale watu ambao wana nia mbaya na nchi zao kuhusiana na masuala political instabilities tuwaweke pembeni kwa maslahi mapana ya vijana. Nitumie nafasi hii kuwashukuru watu wote walioandaa na niwatakie kila la kheri mtakapomaliza. Asante sana kwa kuwasilisha.
Asante sana ndugu Ibrahim, former member of parliament for the East Africa Legislative Youth Assembly, correct? Okay, thank you. Now we shall divide. Oh, is there anyone that would still want to share what they're doing? So we have 3 people, right? I've seen 3 hands from somewhere here. Prepare yourselves as we first get to hear from the online presenter. Still setting up? Okay, once they're ready, they'll let us know, right? I would now like to welcome Hadale Saru from Plan International. Please unmute.
Hello, hi. Sorry, I had my problem with connection, but I'm back.
Hi Hadale, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm really glad to be here. My name is Hadale Warrior Saru, Girls and Young Women Advocate from Kenya, under She Leads. And I'm going to talk about the climate change crisis affecting young girls and women, engagement in decision-making process. You know, as Charles mentioned earlier, on the effect and challenges in East, West Africa, in a broad worldwide the effects of climate change. So across the world, women depend more on natural resources, and they bear huge responsibility for food security and water. Men and girls experience the impact of climate change, and it is a threat to their livelihood, health, and safety. Climate change drives conflict across the world, which increase girls and young women vulnerability to all forms. When disasters strike, women are more likely to be injured due to long-standing inequality that happens. This is about climate change, safety, and health. If young women are vulnerable, they are not able to engage in decision-making process. Also, women are the drivers of food security and water. So, in this sense, if they are affected, that simply means that they can't access their well-being. They will suffer or move their focus on a different direction, meaning they won't be engaged in decision-making process, nor will they be involved in decision-making spaces. Climate change is a threat multiplier, not only in Kenya, it is worldwide, it is global, meaning it escalates socially, politically, and economically. The tension in the fragile and conflict-affected settings. As a climate change drive conflict across the world, women and girls face increased vulnerability in all forms of gender-based violence, including the conflict-related sexual violence, human trafficking, child marriage, and other forms of violence that we can all mention. In disaster strike, women are less likely to survive, are more likely to be injured, and they are more likely to be injured due to long-standing gender inequality that have created disparity in all information, mobility, decision-making, and all the access to resources, which in real sense, if climate change doesn't affect, in this aftermath, women and girls are less able to access relief, sustain, further threaten their livelihood, well-being, and as well recovery. The creating of various cycles of vulnerability to further the disaster. A good example is that during period of drought, since most women are agriculture workers, this put girls to drop out of schools to support their mothers to manage their farms. Women and girls' health is endangered by climate change, by access to services and care, as well as increased risk related to maternal, childbirth, and extreme heat increases the incidence of stillbirth. The climate change is increasing the spread of vector-borne diseases such as malaria, which is linked to worse maternal increase, and as well respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, premature deaths related to extreme weather events. So, climate change is risk. It is very acute, for women in decision-making spaces, especially people with different sexual gender orientation, women, girls with disability, migrant women, people living in the rural, remote, and conflict-related prone areas. So, as much as there is a challenge in climate change, what are the solutions? How are we supposed to act? Then, as a young person, we are celebrating International Youth Day. We should have mitigation involve a range of activity to reduce vulnerability and build resilience in water, agriculture, health and safety. Finance activities that reflect women priorities and their now need. We should learn to involve young women in decision making and policy making spaces. They know the best, they understand, they know the best ways to go about the engagement and how to fight gender-based violence. And most of the time, I'll take this chance as well to celebrate the effort and commitment of every young person on the globe taking up leadership roles and contributing to this development of their community. And it really makes sense that the future is youth, you know? And to all the leaders that are sitting there, tunafaa kuwekeza vilivyo kwa vijana. Kwa sisi vijana ndio tuwa tunakuja na solutions. Sisi ndio vijana wa leo na pia wa kesho. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hadale, for quite an insightful presentation. Now, before you leave, there's a few questions that we would like to ask you. Hadale, are you still there with us?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And unfortunately, sorry, I can't turn the camera on. I'm in a hospital in the middle of something, so yeah, I'm here.
How is the climate crisis affecting women's engagement in decision-making processes? Why and how can the EAC urgently address this crisis?
As I said, we have challenge already of climate change, and the solution are financial activities. A good example is the fact that Charles Pryor said that tuko na tatizo, our government have resources, but when it comes to activities such as climate change, we don't put aside amount X for crises like this. So how does the climate affect women in decision making? As I mentioned, during period of drought, since most women, not only in East Africa, globe, are the agriculture workers, this put girls to drop out of schools to support mothers to manage farms, meaning it is a challenge.
Thank you, Hadale. How can the EAC urgently address this crisis, based on your own opinions?
AIC should finance activities that reflect the priorities of girls and young women. And they should involve a range of activities to reduce the vulnerability and rebuild resilience in water, agriculture, and health, including their girls and young women's safety.
Thank you very much, Hadale. Is Glory on the call?
Apparently, no.
Or she's physically here?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Glory Florentine. I'm a doctor, but also I'm a mental health expert and sexual health reproductive expert. I'm a director and a founder of Glorious Foundation, but also I work with youth peacemakers in Lushoto as sexual reproductive health expert. I was given a question direct. I was asked what is the link between sexual reproductive health rights and the climate crisis, and how should we urgently address the crisis as the East African community? First of all, I would love to know do we understand about sexual reproductive and health rights? This we say is the state of physical, emotional, mental and social well-being in relation to all aspects of sexuality and reproduction, not merely the absence of disease, dysfunction, or infirmity. But about the climate crisis, I guess everyone understands that. So when we take these sexual reproductive health rights, this includes all about the family planning issues, about maternal and paternal's health, but also about babies' health and all that. So in general, all that, how are women and girls or adolescent youth, are they affected with the climate crisis? I read some of the research and I found out we as African, we as East African, we go to a lot of conferences, which example for the COP26 we attended, for the Paris Agreement, some of us were there, but maybe not here. But we have agreed to some of the ideas or some of the policies that are being taken over. There is something that is very contradictory. It's saying contraception should be used as a strategy for climate change mitigation. Contraception. So guys, contraception, example the P2, the emergency pill, example the we say kitanzi, the IUD. So you as a woman, you are being chosen as let me put it like you're being used as an instrument. You are the person who you are being affected mostly in the climate crisis, but you are the one who they're using you so that to change or as a climate mitigation. When I say climate mitigation, it addresses the root causes for the gas emission in the atmosphere. So you as a woman, you as a girl child, you as an adolescent young lady, they're telling us that contraception should be used, and they're saying that they argue that due to the high population of African countries, that we are many, so in order to decrease us, we need to use the contraception method, the family method. So that brings a contradiction. As East African, what are we doing about this? Are we agreeing that we should decrease ourselves, we should lower our population, while we are the one being affected the most, and we are not the biggest cause of the climate change crisis? So I have some of the kind of solutions on my own that I researched, that as East African countries, we should go towards that. The first thing is research and knowledge management. We don't have a lot of researches about East Africa that interlink sexual reproductive health and climate crisis. While when there is drought or when there is extreme weather, the infrastructures are being affected. These women, these girls, they cannot reach these services. They cannot get these services. When there is displacement, when there is wars, okay, some of the women, they are giving birth in very, very unhealthy places while we are still here. So the first thing is just research and knowledge management, but also comprehensive disaster management. The second one, comprehensive disaster management. As East African countries, as we youth, we should come up with how we can manage. Let's say maybe it's Congo, or let's say it's Rwanda, or maybe it's Tanzania. Something has happened, a flood has happened, a tsunami has happened, something has happened, a disaster. How are we thinking about these women? How are they getting their sexual reproductive health services? How are they, when there is drought, when the water is not available, about their maternal health, about when they're in their menstrual period? How are they getting clean access to it? So we need to create some funds for it. The comprehensive disaster management, it can be funds, it can be some of the conferences that can come up with a plan. If something happens to a certain country, in East African country, how are we going to step forward to help on that? And the last one is mitigation and carbon development. In this, I guess everyone is playing a part. But can you ask yourself, in this year, how many trees have you planted? So I did a short research in Lushoto district. 5 years ago, in one of the year, we planted 10 million trees per year. So if one district can plant 10 million, we have 126, district. So in a country, we can plant 16 billion trees per year. So if we come up with a strategy that in East African countries, every country, maybe per year, maybe 2023, should plant 15 billion trees minimum. So if a country needs more, then that's okay, but a minimum. Then we say that policies are not decisions, but decisions are not. Policies can be decisions. Policies are decisions, but decisions cannot be policies. So we can step forward and say, every head, every person should make sure that a family plants at least 10 trees. Then as we come forward, every youth should encourage other people, should come with a strategy that we should plant at least these 15 billion trees per this year. And I think it's very, very possible if we do that. And that will decrease mitigation and carbon development. But the other thing is that I read somewhere Rwanda is trying to be a paperless country. Tanzania, we did about plastic. We overthrown the use of plastic. So if one of the countries in East Africa has managed to do something like that, why can't other countries copy from that? Because you can get the challenges they passed through, what they did until they reach there. So we can stay together and say, like, we did this and this and this, and you can also do this. So something like that, copy from each other the positive impacts of the development of the mitigation and carbon development, that can help so much. But the last thing that I love, I was thinking, I guess, maybe if you put it in your mind, you can come up with something. Okay, a lot of, in East African, we are not using, the people who are using gas or solar system, there are very few people. A lot of people, they're using coal, and they're still using the trees that we are planting, and they're cutting down, and that's so on. What if we come with a strategy to convince the government to lower the price of gas by doing the substitution, ile ruzuku, the way they did in the oil? That's very possible, to make everyone, even that of low income person, to be able to afford the gas. But that also can be done by these gas cylinders. The price becomes high because of the gas cylinders. What if also these gas cylinders, they have been given as a loan, as the way the Luku, those Luku machines, they're being given to you, then you're just buying the electricity. So the gas cylinders, they can be done the same thing, but we just haven't decided for ourselves. And this can be it can be done in all East African. So we can come with a strategy for all East African to use gas and solar system. It's very, very easy as long as we are ready to do that. But the last thing is that let's continue to debate on, should we use contraception as a climate change mitigation? So you ask yourself, you are young sister, you are older sister, you are mother, you are girlfriend, you are wife. Should she be the one to undergo the contraception so as we get rain right now? We should have rain right now. So thank you so much for listening, and thank you.
Thank you, Glory. It looks like there is a comment here. Yes?
Glory, I would like to declare interest. I'm an expert of sexual reproductive health, rights, but I need to be so clear on the issue of contraceptives. Is it that we are using contraceptives so that we cannot get many kids, or we are using contraceptives for having an interval from one kid to another kid? From my knowledge, what I understand, we are using contraceptives simply because we want to have a good gap between the first child to another birth child. And this is healthy for both woman and for man and a woman. It is not all about having climate issues. Yeah, because if I'm using contraceptives, first of all, there is, now we call MCPR, I mean modern contraceptives methods. Modern contraceptives methods are more good than the traditional contraceptives methods. And once you are using a modern contraceptives methods nowadays, it means that you need to give, a distance between the first kid to another kid. For example, I've married now, then my wife gets pregnant, and she have a baby, then after 6 months again another baby, 6 months another. No, that woman, she'll get tired, and even new man will find a woman is tired now. So at least we need to advocate for modern contraceptives in order to give a distance from one kid to another kid. And the mitigation of climate change, it is also within that period. Because, for example, now we are planting trees. That tree will be used maybe after 10, 20 years. then we plant another trees. Then we came to plant another trees. So the distance between one kid to another of 2 years, it gives a distance of those trees to be grown for the period of 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, you're kind of some of the stakeholders. Okay. It's very, very true. The meaning of contraceptive, you're choosing your own partner, the kids you have, the spacing and all that, and when to get them, and for how long. So all that is very, very true. But when you take this contraceptive or family planning and you use it for another purpose, it's very true, it can work for climate mitigation. And you know, about family planning, it's voluntary. But if you put it as a policy, as everyone should do that, that's a problem. Because sexual reproductive health right, that is under human right. And it's one of the Sustainable Development Goals, number 3. It's the universal sexual reproductive health. So it's under there. But it should be voluntary. But when you come and put it as a policy, like it should be done so as for climate mitigation, that's very wrong. So that's how the stakeholders, they're putting it, and that's how I'm going against it. But for the family planning, it's very, very good, and we really do advocate that. But a lot of youth, even if we ask here how many of them they have gone to the hospital to do that, it's very few. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Glory. Thank you, Glory, for the wonderful presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, let's carry that as food for thought. We can keep debating online, and let's not forget the hashtag for this event. My colleague here is reminding me that people are not posting. Let's tweet, let's share with the world what's happening here. The discussions that are taking place, the powerful points that we may have heard from the speakers. Let's share them out there for other people to see it. And remember, there was a gift for someone who posts more. The gift is still there, right? So as we proceed, different from what our panelists here have said, can anyone share with us what they are doing in their own individual spaces to strengthen the youth engagement in the EAC integration process? I had a hand there, yes?
Asante. Mimi nashukuru. Kwa majina naitwa Elia Bitege. Nimewasikiliza waliokuwa wakizungumza. Taomba nizungumze kwa Kiswahili kwa sababu moja. Kwanza, sisi tunajihusisha na utoaji wa elimu kwenye jamii juu ya watoto na vijana wanaoishi na ulemavu wa akili na usonji, autism. Kwa hiyo sisi ni shirika tunaitwa Mountain of Joy Foundation. Tunapozungumza East Africa Youth Network, sisi wote ni vijana, lakini ambacho nataka kuzungumza hapa ni kwamba tusitengane. Tukizungumza tusitengane ni kwamba kama una kijana nyumbani, sisi tulio vijana tulioko hapa tuna utengano. Huwezi kuja na mdogo wako, huwezi kuja na ndugu yako ambaye unajua na ulemavu. Hapa tulipo tunazungumza, tunatumia lugha ya Kiingereza, lakini tuna vijana ambao wana ulemavu ambao tumekuja nao hapa kwa sababu na wenyewe ni part ya East Africa Youth Network. Kwa na wao wana haki ya kupata vitu vyote. Kwa hiyo tunao hapa. Kwa hiyo tunapokuwa tunazungumza tunakuwa tunawa include wote. Sasa sisi vijana tumekuwa tukijikita sana mtandaoni, na kama panelist wetu walipokuwa kizungumza mmoja wao kwamba vijana tunataka kuangalia zile kazi ambazo ni za maofisini tu, lakini hatujikiti katika kuangalia hii sekta ya vijana ambao wametengwa, ambao ni wa ulemavu, wenye ulemavu. Kwa hiyo tumejiangalia sisi tu, lakini hatuangalii hili kundi ambalo limetengwa. Hapa tukiruhusu kila mmoja azungumze kuhusiana na East Africa Youth Network, anazungumza kwa sababu ya yeye tu, lakini haangalii kundi ambalo analiacha nyuma. Tuna vijana ambao wana talent nyingi, ambao wana ulemavu, na tukizungumza autism, disability is not inability, is another ability. Tuna kijana ambaye anaitwa Ashil, tumekuja naye hapa, unamweza kumwona yule kule, simama kidogo. Yule pale ni expert mzuri sana, anatumia sana kompyuta, yuko vizuri sana, lakini pia yule ameshinda medali Zanzibar ya kukimbia mbio ndefu, ni mwenye ulemavu. Lakini pia tuna wengine hapo watatu, kuna Fatuma, simama basi wakuone kidogo, na Jessica pamoja na Grace. Tuko nao hapo, nao ni vijana wenye ulemavu, na wao wanajisikia vizuri wanapokuwa wanaungana na sisi, na wakifika nyumbani wanaeleza kwamba na sisi tulikuwa, wataeleza tu chochote, tumekula, tumetembea, tumefanya hivi. Kwa hiyo umewa include katika East Africa Youth Network. Kwa hiyo tusisahau kundi ambalo limekuwa limesahaulika, lakini pia wanaweza kutengeneza vitu tofauti. Tumekuja na sample ya kacha ambazo wanaweza kutengeneza. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri pia mkawaunga mkono zile kacha za mkononi. Nimeona dokta ametoka hapo sasa hivi, anayo pale, wanaweza kutengeneza. Kwa hiyo kumbe ukiwa include hao vijana katika kila sekta ambazo zinatokea kuhusiana na vijana, nao ni vijana kama wewe. Is it clear? Okay. Kwa hiyo tunawakaribisha, lakini usimwache kijana ambaye ana ulemavu nyuma katika East Africa Youth Network. Thank you very much.
Asante sana kaka Elias. Kulikuwa na mikono mingine hapo katikati? Yes.
Hello, habari. Naitwa Sarafina Wilson, ni psychologist, pia ni mwanafunzi wa chuo cha ustawi wa jamii. Pia ninafanya masuala ya jamii. Actually kitu ninachokifanya hakipishani sana na huyu dada hapa akiwa alipokuwa anasema masuala ya contraceptives, lakini mimi ninakataa swala zima la P2. Nikiwa kama kijana ambaye niko East Africa Community, mimi ni mmoja wa vijana ambao niko huko nje nikisema no, youth say no to P2. I'm doing that campaign kwa sababu yani badala P2 zitumike kama emergency, zimekuwa kama zinatumika kama pipi. Exactly, nikiwaambia ukweli vijana hapa sasa hivi, yani 90% vijana walioko mahali hapa, they are very affected. Unajua very affected with that thing. Na sio tu hicho, tukiongelea swala zima la relationship, yani kinachowaua vijana sasa hivi, it's not working, it's not you working huko nje kusema leo nimetafuta shilingi 500, it's Johnny ameni blue tick. That's what killing vijana right now. Fulani ameni blue tick. Sasa kwa baada ya mimi kugundua hilo, it's a very big problem. Yani watu wanacheka kwa sababu kila mtu anajua nini kinamsumbua exactly, kwamba relationship is a very big problem. Baada ya mimi kugundua hilo, I started a talk show. Watu wanaonaga mimi kama zimekimbia kidogo, lakini niliamua kufanya talk show uko nilikuwa nasema niliamua kufanya talk show giving knowledge na kujua matatizo and how to help people kuhusu masuala mazima ya relationship and hizo masuala mazima ya P2. Tukiachana, nafikiri hapa tumesema vijana ni kwa mpaka 35. Kuna wazazi humu ndani. That's a very very big problem. I'm also doing a campaign ya parenting. Parents, speak to your children. Yani you parents, we need you. Yani sisi ni vijana humu ndani, lakini we still need you parents. Mnatutelekeza, mnatuacha, we are fighting for our own. Ndo haya masuala mazima. We don't know who to tell our problems. We don't even know how to achieve our dreams. We know nothing. Mimi nimekwambia mzazi nataka kuwa mwanamuziki kwa sababu wewe uliona Johnny amekuwa mwimbaji, amekuwa daktari, utakuwa daktari. That's not true. Wazazi, we need you. and haya masuala mazima ya relationship we will speak and everything will be okay. Tufanye kazi, tufanye innovation, tufanye vitu vya maana. Relationship are there, vitu vina exist, vitakuwepo, na kama sio umri wako achana nayo. Things will just come, my dear. Yani just work, utapata kile unachokitaka. Exactly, yani nawaambia kabisa vijana, you work hard, you will get. You want a man with a car, have a car. You want a man with an iPhone, have an iPhone, my dear. Sio unamlazimisha kijana wa watu ambaye ana hustle huko nje akunulia iPhone. Bro, dear, work for your own. Yani mtu asikudanganye kwamba there is love, sijui nini and nini. Thank you.
Asante sana kwa mchango mzuri. Asante sana kwa mchango mzuri, lakini naomba tuzingatie kwanza muda. Tusitumie zaidi ya dakika 2 ili kuruhusu pia vijana wengine watoe michango yao. Lakini pia tusitoke nje ya mada sana. Mada kuu hapa ilikuwa ni kushare kitu gani unafanya in your own individual space to support the youth engagement in the integration process. Tusitoke nje ya mada tafadhali.
Ni kwa namna gani tunachangia katika mtangamano wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki? Naweza kurejesha kwa namna hiyo.
Okay, thank you again. Dominic Apollo from South Sudan. Mine is just a compliment that I would want to put across. Currently, I've just learned that the headquarters for East African Youth Network, it is in Arusha, which is a very good thing for all of us. And when I look back, I see that currently also there are 7 member states of East African countries, of which the country where I come from is one of them, South Sudan. Then I was having a view that if such conferences are held in other East African communities, I think it would also help so many youth around there. And as a result, as a compliment, on behalf of Sunray Foundation, I'm here to say that we are looking forward to partner with the East African Youth Network to ensure that this conference by next year, actually at this very time, it should be held in our country, South Sudan. And then we are looking forward to see that few people, not all people might come to attend, but the few that we shall invite, we shall look forward to see that transport allowance is given, refunded, because I know how much it costs to come from South Sudan up to here. And looking forward also to see that the people who do come, they will really be refunded, and we find a way to work as partners and ensure that other youth from other parts of the country benefit from this. And when I look back, if you could ask some of the few people who are here, the few youth, there are so many problems they are facing. And I can see you didn't ask any of them. There are so many that we cannot all go to that. That is the same kind of problem that is faced everywhere. So when we invite so many motivational speakers, one of my motivational speakers is Patrick Lumumba. I love him so much because the way he has impacted my life. Such kind of people should be invited to conferences like this so that they can talk to the young people. And I'm looking really forward to see that by next year we could have such kind of conference in South Sudan. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would like to take just a minute to congratulate the team that has prepared for today's event. I really have to say that This is an eye-opening to most Vijanas. You might think Vijanas know a lot of things about the East African community, but I'd like to tell you we have to do some more study to understand that Vijanas don't know so much about the community. I am director of an NGO called True Wealth Enterprises for Economic and Social Change. What we are doing is we are helping Vijana, or we are working with Vijana to create jobs, to create employment, but also to become employable. And on the aspect of employment creation, we understand that most Vijanas are profit-driven. So most of the entrepreneurial activities that Vijana do, they are profit-driven. And our philosophy is social enterprises. Social enterprises, not because we want them to do businesses without profit, but because we want them to consider the environment, to consider the community, to consider the cross-cutting issues that their businesses are facing. So this means, just to answer what you said, what we are doing in terms of making intergenerational solidarity, what do we do with our Vijanas for them to understand that they're not just in Tanzania, but they are in East Africa? We always tell our Vijanas that problems have no nationality. Problems have no citizenship. We do. But we have to understand as Vijanas that most of the problems that are facing Tanzania could be the same problems that are facing Kenya, could be the same problems you find in Burundi, Rwanda, South Sudan, and elsewhere. And that when we are solving the problems, we should not just create enterprises that are profit-driven, but enterprises that are geared towards addressing social problems, community challenges. And we always tell Vijanas that if we look for a need in the society and address that need, you will still make profit, you will still make money. But if you start a business because you just want to make money, you will struggle all your life making money and you won't see the money. So we want all our Vijanas to understand, actually we do it every day, to make sure that every Kijana thinks global, even though he or she is acting locally. That means we have to be able to understand how we can enjoy our youth by contributing our skills and talents and gifts which are God-given to address challenges that are facing, not just because we need money, but because we need to improve our communities, we need to improve our nation, and at the end of the day, we need to improve our community. And we were told in the morning that we should not be grasshoppers. I really liked that because most Vijanas want to succeed on their own. Every Kijana, even when the coordinator was saying we have to share the information that is going on in the sessions, you realize that Vijanas cannot share that. But if you put garbage right on the floor, in 30 minutes, 1 hour, you'll have that garbage in all social media groups or WhatsApp groups across the country. So we are always trying to tell the Vijanas that yes, you are in social media, you are in your WhatsApp groups, but try to make sure that the kind of information you share is not just building you, is not just entertaining, but also building the community, building others. So most people prefer sharing easy to swallow information. I call it garbage, but for the sake of this session, let's say we like to share information that is not useful to others. And if we want the community to grow, if we want the nation to grow, if we want the community to grow, we have to transcend from just individualism, just from greed, and think about how best we can share positive information, information that can grow us, can grow the community, and can grow the East Africa at large.
Thank you very much. Let's please remember, as we give our views, to consider time. Let's use a maximum of 2 minutes to allow other people to also share their views.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Susan Malik. I am a student. Recently, I am a student from Makumiro University pursuing law first year. But at first, I've studied another field. I have pursued my bachelor degree in St. Augustine University here in Arusha concerning tourism. I have heard a lot of you are speaking a lot of empowerment. You, the high table, our leaders, we can just say our leaders and our pioneers. But I haven't heard of you speaking of mental health. Mental health have become a very big issue. And I'm speaking this because I am the victim of the mental health. Few years, like 2 years back, I was facing a very hard depression. Thank God that I survived that depression. If it was not God, maybe I could just do another bad thing. You could never hear about Susan today. Maybe I could kill myself and all the stuffs. And I was pursuing and that depression just led me to be in a very bad addictions. I cannot say, but God is great and has made me through this day. And through my experience, I have been helping people in a very low level in my group. I'm in several WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups, and I've been sharing my story of how I recovered, how I heal, how I am moving on. And people are responding positively because they never spoke. You know, it is better that I am suffering and I'm speaking out. There are some people who are suffering in silence. It is killing them. It is not that empowering them is a problem. I have heard, for example, I just heard this year there's a report saying that the police officers of Kenya, there were thousands of police officers in Kenya are having the mental health issues. And these are young people. And you are here empowering young people. But how can you empower those people? I'm just challenging. I'm so sorry. I'm challenging this something. How can you empower those young people to be better people? Because young people are prepared to be the good citizens, to be the good parents, to be the good leaders while they are facing the mental health. How can you prepare them? I'm so sorry if I'm using this is just a street word, slang word. They are just using in Tanzania. They are saying vijana wa hovyo. I'm so sorry. This is a very bad word, but this is how they are speaking. And especially the people who had been ruined much, it's not even the uneducated, it's the educated people. Most of the educated people who have gone to school, they are the youth who are suffering this depression. They are suffering the mental health. And I've been speaking to them. I have been speaking a lot. And I've spoke with a lot of them. I spoke with both female and male. But for male, it has been different story. As women, as long as they can speak, but for male, this is killing them. That's why you are finding our young male, our young African male, are in addictions. They don't work. They seem to be very lazy. They don't do things. But when you speak to them, you find them, they are so toxic. They are so narcissist. But when you talk to them, they are very hurt from the family level, from the level of the society, from the environment. How do you empower those people? How do you speak to their mind? I've been speaking with these people and I'm trying. And I'm
Thank you very much for thank you for the wonderful contribution. Indeed, it's a challenge and it's food for thought for everyone in the room here.
Good afternoon. I am Mevin Mutugi. I'm a student, and I wanted to talk about depression and anxiety, how it's killing youth outside here. But my friend Susan has talked about it. But what I'm currently doing, I'm trying to create awareness and trying to campaign against AIDS. I know it has been there all years back and forth, but recently, most of the students in the universities, we are struggling. We are trying to survive AIDS. Because right now, most of the youths are not afraid of AIDS. Most of the youth, especially in the universities, we are afraid of getting pregnant. We are afraid of babies. That's why the consumptions of P2 in the universities are so high than outside here. So, and about depression, I'm trying to campaign that universities to at least have a counselor, someone to guide the students, because depression is really killing people outside here. And without youth, there's no East Africa. We couldn't be here, in fact. So, and also one thing from youth, our leaders, the communication is, at least it is very poor, because in this room we have many students from different universities, but I'm the only one from St. Augustine University, because in fact, I never knew there's this conference. So at least you could improve in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll have one last presenter, and please observe time and stick to the question. What are you doing in your individual space to strengthen youth engagement in the EAC integration process? 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Vijana wi. Jamani mmechoka. Vijana wi. Okay. Kwa majina naitwa Alice Gaudens Mbaga, ni mbunge wa vijana wa vijana Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki kutoka mkoa wa Arusha. Mimi naomba niongee kwa kifupi sana. Kuna swala la, tutaongea yote lakini tusisahau kitu kinaitwa afya ya akili. Kijana anatakiwa na afya ya akili. Cha kwanza ajue anataka nini, kwa wakati gani, lakini pia awe anajiheshimu na awe pia anajua kujichanganya. Kwanza kabisa ni wa congratulate watu wote, vijana wote na watu mbalimbali walioko mahali hapa. Hatua moja huzalisha hatua nyingine. Msikate tamaa, endeleeni kupambana. Yaani tena kama watoto wa kike, jamani, mikono juu. Nawapenda. Yaani nimefurahi sana kuwaona kaka zangu, sijawasahau. Nyie ni taifa la kesho, baba zetu wajao. Nimependa sana watu wanavyosema kwamba dada pale anasema kwamba ukitaka kuwa na iPhone unatakiwa ukitaka kuwa na iPhone itafute kwanza, si ndio? Jamani, tupambane, nafasi zipo, fursa zipo. Tujitambue, tujiheshimu. Ni nini tunataka? Ni sasa hivi tuko kwenye mahusiano, tuko kwenye elimu, tuko kwenye kazi, kila kitu kina muda na wakati wake. Kitu kingine ni swala la utumiaji wa mitandao. Kakaangu Vincent pale ana kazia sana, jamani, postini. Jamani, kutumia mtandao vizuri kunajumuisha kujifunza, kutambua fursa mbalimbali, si ndio? Lakini pia tunakuza umoja wetu, tunakuza lugha yetu ya Kiswahili. Mimi napenda kuongea Kiswahili sana. Tunakuza Kiswahili, lakini pia tunashirikiana. Yaani vitu kama hivi nyoso unaona vinarushwa hadi nje. Kwa jamani, nawaomba vijana, jiaminini, pambaneni. Mshukuru Mungu huko mahali hapa umepata fursa kujifunza kitu kama hichi. Nawapenda sana. Mungu ibariki Afrika. Mungu ibariki Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Mungu ibariki Tanzania. Asanteni.
Asante sana kwa mchango mzuri.
Thank you so much, MC, and thank you, panelists, and thank you, everybody. I've got about 15 points from contributors, and I know you'll contribute more. My colleagues are still here around. I'm needed somewhere, so I have to leave this beautiful conversation and discussions that we have. all the conversation are very fruitful. And I'm sure going forward, are going to enrich whatever we are planning for the next conference. Thank you so much. God bless you all. I love you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irene, for your contribution. We would really love to keep hearing from all of you. So kindly, if you have comments or suggestions, feel free to post them on Twitter. We are really running out of time, and we would like to get some wrap up from the panelists. Kindly, 1 minute. 1 minute, I'll really cut you short. 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you. To wrap up my presentation, I could not tell you all what we do. I just chose a few. But here I have a privilege to say, let the regional leaders support peace processes in Congo and in South Sudan. And with the region will have peace. If there is no peace in South Sudan and in Congo, the East African community will not also have peace. Secondly, we need the community needs to allow free trade, movement, and investment. Again, the East African youth organizations, like those of us gathered here tonight, need to have exchange visits and exposure. Go out of Arusha, go out of Tanzania and learn from Uganda or Tanzania or Kenya or South Sudan what others are doing there. Our coming here has exposed us to a lot. We have learned a lot, and we'll keep learning a lot within the next few days. Common language. If Kiswahili is the most common language in the region, let it be taught in South Sudan and in other parts of Congo. This will unite us. I will also suggest that Arabic is an international language which is spoken in South Sudan. It's also a component of Kiswahili. Learning Arabic will also expose us a lot, but Kiswahili is number one. Finally, I will encourage also common currency. On our way by bus from Juba here, can you imagine how many foreign exchanges we made on the way? It's very hectic, and we almost lost our bus because of going to the forex. If we had one currency, life would be easy for us. Finally, intermarriages can unite us East Africans. Why not? If I can get married here in Arusha, is it bad? I think it will unite us more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert. Indeed, we need those cows. We need the cows. Okay. There is a comment before you proceed, Kristen. There is a raised hand by Hadale. Hadale, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. So, in regards to what you mentioned, what are we doing on individual level? It's more of a parting shot for me. Is that as a young leader in this space, being virtual or in a house, in a plenary room that we are right now, is that we, as young people, we are not represented in policy making spaces. You know, our passion to create self-awareness, especially when it comes to girls and young women in leadership. This is where we are able to speak, you know, share our stories. So the main reason, if we need to break this cycle as East Africa, is that we should learn how to influence and encourage young people to take up spaces, you know, to learn, lead, and thrive in all aspects of their life. Mostly when we participate in decision-making spaces, it's very essential for ensuring equality and rights. Through active participation, we should raise the visibility of our own issues. Tusisubiri wengine watuongelele. We should learn how to take up these spaces, you know, in order to kill or to end all gender discrimination in regards to maybe people living with disability, people living with HIV, all type of violence that in regards to youth. We should learn how to take up spaces. And with all honesty, we could say we are not represented well in a parallel way, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hadale, for your wrapping up statement. Miss Christine, 1 minute.
Thank you. In my final remarks, talking on behalf of South Sudanese youth, especially the females, South Sudan is a young nation in Africa and all over the world. And it's also one of the youngest countries in the East African community. The youth of South Sudan are really lacking a lot, especially things to do with the mentorship. I would appeal to the East African Youth Legislative Assembly to put South Sudanese youth into consideration. You come to us, reach out to South Sudan. Actually, I'm officially inviting this kind of event to take place in South Sudan because the youth there are really traumatized. So once they are exposed to such kind of things where they interact with different people from different backgrounds and countries, it will really change their mindset. That's what I will say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kristen.
Well,
Mr. Lugome, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, it's only 1 minute. Well, thanks very much indeed, actually. And my brother from South Sudan, as you sent your request, you're welcome, brother. We have plenty of beautiful girls in Tanzania, so you're welcome very much. And don't forget to me in South Sudan. Thank you very much indeed.
Wow. For me, I would speak on behalf of the youth of Tanzania and on behalf of the youth of East Africa community, especially East Africa Youth Network, because we are part of the founding member there. I would urge all the Tanzanians to stay close, to make sure that they embrace every single opportunities that has been presented at the East Africa community. Stay intact, search for the knowledge, search for the information, make sure you get the right information. And when you don't know it, try to come to the East Africa and ask for it. They are here to serve you. One last thing I would say, also try to embrace peace and harmonization. Stay connected. Let's network. For the National Youth Council, make sure that you join the East Africa Youth Network. We are working towards advocating for that. But again, don't forget to join the Youth Diplomatic Icon, where you can be connected with the international opportunities. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Magumba. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone who has not registered on these papers? Whether you're part of the organizing team, whether you're an attendee, everyone has to register here. If you have not registered, please raise your hand. Let's see to it that everyone registers. The paper is here. It will still circulate around.
Viva vijana, viva! Viva vijana, viva! I believe we've all had a great time from morning up to this time. We've really had enriching discussions from our partners, from the guests, from each one of you, everybody who participated from morning to evening. And back to our theme, intergenerational solidarity, strengthening youth engagement in the EAC integration process. After all that we have done, after all the dialogue that we have done, where do we move to? What's next? What's next? It's important that as youth, we ask ourselves in everything that we do, in every engagement, what results do we look forward to? And from this engagement that we've had today, we have developed 4 recommendations as the voice of the youth. Some of these recommendations are to governments. Some of these recommendations are to the EAC Secretariat. Some of these recommendations are to even us, the youth, and all the other stakeholders involved. Our first recommendation. We've had the EAC Council decision on establishing the East African Youth Council. But still we do not have the East African Youth Council. And this is the foundation structure for youth participation in EAC. So, what now? We want to fast track the implementation of this decision of the council so that we have this regional youth council established. But even further and under that, in all partner states, in some partner states, we do have these youth councils existing. But in some partner states, we do not have them existent, including our country, Tanzania, the United Republic of Tanzania, which many of us hail from. So we also need that to be fast-tracked. Our second recommendation is to revive the dialogue framework and support the participation of the youth in the consultative dialogue framework regionally. Our third recommendation, to activate and facilitate the youth desk officer with a budget and technical expertise to do youth coordination. Hapo nyuma nimesikia kuna vijana ambao walicomment wakasema, we do not have information, we do not know where to go to, but do you know that we have the EAC youth desk officer? Now what we are saying is, let's have a budget and technical expertise to support the coordination of youth coordination by the youth desk officer. Our fourth recommendation, partner states to at least nominate 1 representative for youth at IALA. IALA, which is the East African Legislative Assembly, yani bunge la Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ni bunge ambalo we do not have specific seats which are put aside specific for youth. Now what we're saying is, give us. Now what we are recommending is that we have representatives from each partner state that sit in IALA to represent the voices of the youths of East Africa from each of the partner states. Our fifth recommendation, we want as EYN to be on the lead of the tree planting campaign to mitigate climate change and also popularize the EAC bioeconomy strategy. And our last recommendation is to advocate for increased investment by partner states for accessible, affordable, and quality youth-friendly sexual reproductive health services, including information. Those are our 7 key recommendations that we are going to table down and make sure that we submit through the EAC Secretariat to the respective stakeholders and partner states so that we see this agenda of the youth move forward. As for now, I would now like to welcome Jack, the coordinator, to take it from here. Welcome, Jack.
A round of applause for you guys who did this. We are still developing the youth position. We are working with GIZ and Plan to include all whatever you said. Our rapporteur for today from Vision for Youth, can you please wave? Where is our rapporteur? Glory. Okay, I think has moved out briefly. So at this moment, I will thank you and invite my colleague Vincent to say something. Then after, we will have our partners from Africa Youth Trust, a young person who came all the way from Kenya to give a vote of thanks and tell us how the elections are going, who is winning, because Kenya is a strategic partner in the EAC. And our dear head of department for youth, Madam Generals, will be the one to close. But of course, I'm not supposed to talk about that minus our official MC and moderator for today. So Vincent, come and talk. And after you hand over to Madam Aminata. Thank you so much.
Habari ya saizi jamani. Mbona kama tumechoka, simepata coupon? Nani hajapata coupon? Kwa hiyo tusichoke, ndo kwanza kumekucha, bado tunasherehekea. Nimesimama kwa niaba ya mwenyekiti wa Tanzania wa East Africa Youth Network. Nilosimama hapa mimi ni katibu. Tunataka kuambia kwamba mtandao huu bado unapokea wanachama. Kwa hiyo kama taasisi yako ni haujaingia kwenye sio mwanachama, kwa hiyo tunakaribisha kujoin. Sawa sawa Lakini pili, kwa wanafunzi wa vyuo vikuu, kama mko tayari katika kushirikiana na mtandao kwenye vyuo vikuu, please pia tunaomba utuone. Sawa sawa jamani. Tatu, tunawashukuru wale wote ambao wamejitahidi kuhamasisha watu kufika na watu wamefika, tunawashukuru sana. Ila la nne, the first one, kwamba kuna dada humu anaitwa Glory amepresent hapa vizuri sana. Lakini Glory amechaguliwa kugombea tuzo ya Outstanding Youth in Gender Mainstreaming. Kwa hiyo tutaomba tumpigie kura. Hiyo ni tuzo ya kitaifa. Sawa sawa jamani? Tumpigie kura, utatembea www.tea.or.tz, utaweka swatch vote. Tutampigia kura. Sawa sawa jamani? Tuhamasishane tupige kura. Lakini mimi pia nimechaguliwa kuwa a young leader of the year. So please naomba mnipigie pia kura. For leadership impact ndo tuzo yangu. Zaidi ya hapo nadhani sina cha kuongea, na kushukuru sana coordinator, mratibu. Mungu akubariki sana. Asante.
Asante Kaka Vincent. We'll vote for her. And we'll also vote for you. Allow me now to call Madam Jane Rose. Allow me now to call a representative from Africa Youth Trust to give us views on this and vote of thanks and some beautiful words from Kenya.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Oh gosh, everyone is so tired. Hi everyone. So my name is Irma Maringo. I work with Africa Youth Trust, which is a youth-led organization based in Nairobi, Kenya, and we support the East Africa Youth Network. We've been supporting them for a while, and we're so happy to be here to celebrate International Youth Day with you all. Because of time, I'm just going to run through the partners and truly appreciate them for engaging us with us today. So I'd like to thank the East Africa Community Secretariat. Thank you. We saw Madame was actually here with us since morning and had to leave us, but that shows their commitment to young people. I also like to thank Plan International, GIZ, AYT, ZIA Africa, East African Youth Network, Sunrays Foundation, Girl Power Initiative, Uganda Youth Senate, Radio 5 Arusha, Mega FM Arusha, and Voice of Youth Tanzania. AYT, I'm pleased to announce that we have been engaging the EAYN in form of the formalization of the country chapters. And so for South Sudan and Uganda, they are successfully registered in their countries, and we're happy to continue engaging EAYN for the registration of Burundi, Rwanda, Tanzania, and now we have Congo. We'd hope and be happy to see them engaging in the regional integration processes. What I'd like to say to the young people in this room today, you are leaders of today, not tomorrow. And I'm glad that my sister here from South Sudan mentioned the aspect of mentorship, which I was trying to pick in from all the discussions that we're having here. When we speak of young people and how they engage in these processes, and we speak of intergenerational dialogue, it's very important that we walk together and we also get the guidance of our elders. We are not fighting them, but we share our experiences and create better solutions to the problems that we face. I would want you all to continue to be resilient. I've heard some of the work that you're all doing, and I'm also very happy to see young women in this room. Being a part of these processes, being a part of these spaces, we've really come a long way, and we need to continue to do so. Jack has asked me to speak about elections in Kenya. On the 9th, we had our general elections, and they were very peaceful, and our electoral commission has been very transparent in the process. Unfortunately, not too many young people were on the ballot, and again, also not very many young people registered to vote this year. So that's also a lesson to learn for our next election, and to ensure that young people participate and engage in these processes, because again, like we've discussed, we are 71% of the population within the region. So what does that mean? We've also here discussed, we were discussing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. What would that mean for young men and young women? That is you in this room. So again, as we go back home, we need to think through that, not just coming here and clapping, but looking at ways we can go back and make our programming better, and for you to teach your colleagues back at home. And I'm so happy that we also have university students here. I hope this was a learning experience for you, and we're happy to incorporate all of your inputs. After this, you can also see any one of us. If you have not been able to speak today, we're also still very open to including your views. So I think I'd like to close there, and to welcome Madam Generous to come and give us closing remarks. You can clap for her.
Vijana oye! Vijana oye! Man, we are tired. I'm not going to take so long. Thank you so much. Can I say all protocol observed? Someone is saying that, or there's a slogan that you are leaders of tomorrow. I don't like that one. You are leaders, as my sister here just said, you are leaders of today. Can I say that wherever you are, to be a leader does not mean you have to be a president, vice president, prime minister, whatever, or leading any organ or institution of this community. No, wherever you are a leader. Those firstborns in the families, you are a leader of your young ones. When you train them very well, you are a leader. You don't need to see your mother, your father coming to tell you, coming to monitor, to mentor your siblings when you are there as a firstborn. You have to be a leader. So leaders of tomorrow are trained today. If not, that tomorrow will never come. So on behalf of my director, who just apologized, I take this opportunity to thank you all for coming, celebrating International Youth Day in this community, in this secretariat. This is your home. Our Justice, President, Judge, Honorable Nestor Kayobera said that some people, including youth, do not know. Even those staying here in Arusha, they don't know what the meaning of EACJ. And they don't even know where is that court of justice. So he was just trying to tell you that this is your home. Whenever you want to visit EAC, please come. We have communication office. They all receive you. From reception, you are very well guided. Don't get afraid of anyone or anything here. This is your home. And whatever information you need, please don't hesitate. This time now, even those who are not .coms, those who were born after computers or before computers, I don't know. There are those who were born before computers. We can try to communicate, isn't it? So liaise with the Department of Gender and Community Development or any other department, wherever you need information from. You will be given whatever you want. So even from GIZ, you can get some information. And I take this opportunity to tell you, don't leave the books you were given. You can get a lot of information from EAC. So I think you covered a lot of things. I was telling our president here for youth recommendations that Rogate just read. We need time frame. We need implementable recommendations. As you are trying to finalize everything, a good plan with Plan International and the other partners, please let us see something implementable so that we can try to together to get funds to implement these recommendations. And I liked the idea of moving from Secretariat to partner states. We must implement this request from South Sudan, the Republic of South Sudan. That's how we do awareness creation. So we really appreciate. And I heard our president, our judge president, wanted to match with us. Yeah, we missed. He came and he found us already gone. You see? But we really appreciate it. I think you appreciate it, isn't it? Yeah, so this was a very blessed event indeed. Yeah, and you saw how our director seated for this time. She has a lot of commitments in the office and elsewhere, but she just left. So please come back again we are there. And let me communicate one thing. You know, I was supposed to do a presentation on EAC, whatever, youth engagement in EAC. Everything was covered. I said that this is not our day. It's youth day. We can't take time for youth and present something, present the engagement of youth in EAC. If you want anything of how you can engage with EAC people or EAC as an institution, please don't hesitate. I've already said it. Liaise with us or Google. You will have documents on Mtandao, whatever you want. So I couldn't take your time. The presentation I was going to make, I think many things were covered if you follow the presentations and our speeches this morning. So someone is giving us water or what? We are given water, Dyness. Oh my God. But don't drink much. We have tea the other side, I think. Take your water, and also there is evening tea. While we are taking tea, we are going to network. That's our aim. So, young ones, we love you so much. Welcome again in EAC. Karibuni sana. Bienvenue. Nous vous aimons. On vous aime. You are going to learn French very soon. Hey. So, as we started with a prayer, I think I've already concluded. As we started with a prayer, we need also to conclude this nice event with a prayer. It's youth event. I once again want someone to pray for closing this event. No one. Can we stand up? Is someone coming or we pray? I wanted someone to pray.
Thank you. Let's get ready for our prayer. A short one. Loving Father, we thank you for the gift of this great day and the gift of everyone here. Thank you for all that you have taken us through, which has inspired our minds as youth for the life today and tomorrow. We have been told to be leaders of today, not only for tomorrow. Help us, dear Lord, to come up with good strategies, implementable, realistic, that will help us build this nation, the community of East African nations. Give us love and help us to live beyond our limits. Let us embrace the different cultures, the different backgrounds, and live as one people. Because you taught us, dear Jesus, to be one as you and your Father are one. As we are departing, be with us and bring us back here tomorrow, fresh, to continue with our deliberations and up to the end of our gathering. Bless all those who have supported us in all this and be with us till we reach to our different destinations. We ask all this through Christ our Lord.
Network. He's talking about tomorrow, next year, not tomorrow. Tomorrow 13. 13, there is no other gathering. Or if you want, you can come back. Why not?